Yeah. Here we are, chat. I'm back. It's Thursday. What's going on? Hello. We already have so many wonderful people here in the stream as per usual. It's great to see you. Happy Thursday. What's going on? What's good? We have got Steph. We got Nicholas. We have got Ninny161. We got Middle Earth Marxist. We got Rob. Rob, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the sub, the resub there. Welcome in. How has your day been? How was yesterday? Sorry for not being here yesterday, chat. I had to go and see my granddad in hospital. He has fractured his hip. And unfortunately, that meant that I had to go and see him. Well, obviously, I'm not, unfortunately, yeah. You know what I'm trying to say. I had to go see my granddad in hospital. And it was a bit of a difficult journey to get to the hospital where he's at. So had to get on a train, take my bike on the train, and then cycle from the train station to the hospital, and then had to fucking run around the hospital. And I don't know if you've been to NHS hospitals in the UK recently, chat, but they're not in a good state, and it's a very depressing time altogether, especially when one of your loved ones is in there. And yeah, when I came across him, he was fast asleep, sat in his chair. It was a little bit distressing. I've never seen him sleep like that before because he's got an incredibly bad neck because of arthritis. And yeah, it was just quite distressing. While I was there, it was a bit difficult for him to speak. And yeah, there was a moment when the fella in the bed opposite basically said, "Hiya, pal, I thought I should let you know that he was up in the night last night and he was very confused. He was wandering around for a bit and then he had a fall." And so I turned to my granddad and I said, "Is that right? Did you fall in the night?" And he went, "Yep." So obviously very distressing. These are things that we don't really know about, but we're trying to figure it out. But there is good news that's come of it. It means that basically my granddad is a stubborn old Irish fella who has refused to take his pain medication for a long time, despite having multiple injuries, arthritis. When he was working in a brewery, he I don't really know what the word would be, but compressed his spine. He had an injury where basically he had to jump on to a barrel chute to stop a barrel from coming down. To get a wedged barrel out of the barrel chute, and then another barrel came down and hit him. And it smashed his spine up together, basically. So he's had a horrible injury for about 20 years. Longer than that, I think, actually, 30 years. So he's just very stubborn and hasn't taken his pain medication for a long time. And basically what we think is that after this happening, because the social services have now basically said that they're going to go and see him 3 times a day and they're going to fit a downstairs bathroom for him, that will mean that he will actually start taking his pain medication. And even though he doesn't want to, I don't know why he doesn't take it. He's just a very, very stubborn guy. But, if he starts taking it, it means that he will enjoy the final years of his life, because he has also got lung cancer and we don't know how long that's gonna take to get him, basically. And it's thoroughly depressing. It's thoroughly depressing. But yeah, so that was why I had to take the night off streaming last night, because I just obviously had to go and visit him. And it's one thing being sat in a ward in a hospital, but it's also knowing that your granddad's there, and it's just a bit shite, really. So that was that. But we are here now. I am back, and we are going to be doing the stream and shit like that. So, welcome in. It's good to see everyone. Bowser's Big Bean Burrito, hello, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Welcome in. Nappers, welcome in. Good to see you as well. Big love for DJ Grandad. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, peeps. I'm sure he will be all right. With it just being a fractured hip. And yeah, like I said, it's a good thing because it means that hopefully now he's just going to start taking his medication and he'll have an actual less painful last portion of his life kind of thing. So yeah, it's a good thing overall. So yeah, basically just was doing that yesterday, going and seeing my granddad, and then I went to see my nana afterwards, because obviously she's worried about him, and then saw my dad for a little bit, because I thought, while I'm in town, why not? And then I came home, picked up some cat litter on the way for Tom, and when I got back, that was when I made the decision. I was like, yep, I am just too tired to stream, so I got myself a chippy tea, which was good. And you know what I had? Don't need to tell you what I had, do I? Fucking fish pudding, peas and gravy. It's fucking absolutely incredible, as it always is. And I just played some RimWorld for the rest of the evening. So that was what I did with my evening. I actually watched some films last night, which was good. I've not watched films in a while. I don't know why. I've just like not watched many movies for like some time, and it's like a little bit annoying that I've not found the time to do that. But I watched last night Prince of Darkness, a little known John Carpenter movie. It's not got that much of a, I don't know, a reputation. It's not really spoken about in horror movie appreciator circles too much, and I kind of know why that is. It's a bit of a weird one. Essentially, an old priest dies, and a younger priest finds a key that he has on his chest, in a little chest on his chest, tiny little chest, and he goes to unlock this crypt in this chapel somewhere, and they find like a tube. It's a tube, and there's like kind of like a kind of water, but it looks kind of like smoke. It looks like plasma spinning around this like sort of see-through glass tube, and it's basically the essence of Satan. Like, that's what it is. It's the essence of Satan. And so they do all this stuff, and they're like, oh, actually what's going on, actually what's happening is that Jesus was an extraterrestrial, and like demonic Pringles, and the essence of Satan is just like a scientific thing, and we don't know what it is, and we sealed it. Jesus came and he was like, yo, like, we have to seal this in time and in this crypt for 2,000 years until we develop the technology. Mankind develops the technology to understand it. And so that's where they're up to now, even though this film was in like 1983 or whatever. And basically there's all these like weird bits where people get possessed by the water. The water drips out of the tube, and it like squirts into people's mouths, and at first I was like, oh, it's gonna be like acid or something, but it's like a weird way for Satan to possess people, and it possesses them, and there's all these like weird possessed bits. It's kind of like Event Horizon, if you've seen Event Horizon. I quite liked it. It was quite an enjoyable watch, but it really fell down with the characters. The story was quite interesting, but the characters were very bad. Like, not one likable character, really. I could barely remember any of their names. The best performance in the film was by a guy called Dennis, can't remember his name. I think his name is Dennis Dunn, or Dennis Don. A Chinese actor. He was also in Big Trouble in Little China, and he does the best performance. He does a really good performance in the film. He was the most memorable guy. He was really like putting his entire fucking acting skills into it. Even Donald Pleasance is in the film, and his whole performance was a bit like, this is a bit crap. And there's another fella, the older Chinese fella from Big Trouble in Little China. He's also in Tremors. I can never remember that actor's name, but he's in it as well. And even his performance was a bit like, it really didn't grab me. So it's like, okay, whatever. Anyway, so Prince of Darkness, okay. It was an okay film. Not too bad. I missed some stuff in the chat. What do we got? Fish pudding. How the fuck did you conquer the planet? No, there's a comma in between fish and pudding. Fish and steak and kidney pudding and peas and gravy. Fish pudding, peas and gravy. Right? Fish pudding, peas would be what it actually would be if you you know, really read it. Anyway, hello, Middle-earth Marxist. I don't know if I said hi to you earlier. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, Ninny Middle-earth Marxist, yeah. Who else did I miss? We got B-Rat as well. Essence of Satan sounds like a great weed variety. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, that film was called Prince of Darkness, Naptaker, yeah. And then I decided to watch Maximum Overdrive, which I've never found the time to watch, but always heard about it and always thought, oh, I'd love to see that. And it is basically, I think it was the first ever film that Stephen King wrote and directed for the screen. So he wrote and directed it, like, particularly for the screen. It's not an adaptation of one of his books. And it's basically, supposedly, the film that he made when he was on the most speed of his entire life, or the most cocaine of his entire life, essentially. And it's basically a comet starts to orbit the Earth. You know, like Atlas 1 now. That's happening, isn't it? That's a thing that's happening. Although people are saying that's an alien. Who knows what that is? But basically, in the Stephen King film, it's not an alien. It's just a comet. It starts to orbit the Earth, and what that means is that anything with electronics in it just starts to kill people. So, cars and all that stuff. Have I said the name of it? Maximum Overdrive? It's called Maximum Overdrive. And so, like, the start of the film, a guy goes to an ATM and it's saying, hey, you're an asshole, or no, you don't have any money, you asshole, and shit like that. And it's Stephen King is like the actor who's playing the person who's interacting with this ATM. And he's like, honey, the machine just called me an asshole. And that's how the film starts. And it's just like fucking absolutely ridiculous. I've got something in the oven. I'm just going to turn off the oven very quickly. But I'm not gonna be messing around in the kitchen. I just thought I'll get my dinner ready for after stream so that I'm not faffing around after stream and it takes ages and ages and ages. I'll be back in a second. Sorry, yes, I just had to turn off the oven. Hello, Husker. Hope your granddad's doing okay. I think he's doing okay. Yeah, I think my mum went to see him today and she said he was all right. So she didn't say he got any worse or any better or anything like that. So that's that. It's the first I'm hearing of this Atlas comet. Right, okay. It's just like an unknown object. It's called 3I Atlas, and it started in August. Should I just bring up the Wikipedia page about it? Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Who cares? So, this is Atlas. Color photo of 3I Atlas by the Gemini South Observatory on the 27th of August, 2025, showing its fuzzy coma and tail. 3I Atlas, also known as C2025N1 Atlas, and previously as A11 Plus, is an interstellar comet discovered by the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System Station. This comet, the comet, follows an unbound hyperbolic trajectory past the Sun. It will not come closer than 1.8 AU, almost twice the distance of the Sun from Earth, so it poses no threat. It is the third interstellar object confirmed passing through the solar system after 1 Oumuamua and 2I Borisov, hence the prefix 3I. It is not expected to brighten enough to become visible in binoculars or to the naked eye during solar conjunction on 21st of October 2025. So this was the other day. The comet can be observed by the GOES-19 weather satellite. It's an active comet consisting of solid icy nucleus and a coma, which is a cloud of gas and icy dust escaping from the nucleus. The size of 3I Atlas's nucleus is uncertain because the light can't be separated from that of the coma. The sun is responsible for the comet's activity because it heats up the comet's nucleus to sublimate its ice into gas, which outgasses and lifts up dust from the comet's surface to form its coma. Images by the Hubble Space Telescope suggest the diameter of 3I Atlas's nucleus is between 0.32 and 5.6 kilometers and 0.2 and 3.5 mi. with the most likely diameter being less than 1 kilometers. Observations by the James Webb Space Telescope have shown that 3I Atlas is unusually rich in carbon dioxide and contains a small amount of water, ice, water vapor, carbon monoxide, and carbonyl sulfide. Let's have a little look at some speculation about it, because people have been saying all kinds of things about this. Trajectory, observability, there's loads of information about it. It's great. It's really interesting. Physical characteristics, look at all this. Sun-facing plume, tail, like they've really been studying this. Composition and gas emissions, rotation, exploration. Hey DJ, how you doing? Alien spacecraft speculation. This is where it gets fun, chat. This is where it gets silly and fun. On 16th of July 2025, astrophysicist Avi Loeb and other researchers of the Initiative for Interstellar Studies published a paper on ARXIV speculating that Atlas could be an extraterrestrial spacecraft because they believe the object had anomalous characteristics, such as having an apparently large size, lack of identifiable chemicals, and an apparently improbable trajectory aligned with solar system's ecliptic plane. Other astronomers, including Chris Lintott, immediately criticized Loeb's speculation. The science news website Live Science reported that the overwhelming consensus is that it is a comet, with many researchers disappointed with the new paper and pointed out that it distracts from the work of other scientists. Several astrophysicists, including Scott Manley and David Kipping, have pointed out flaws in Loeb's statistical analysis of Atlas's trajectory. Daryl Seligman, who led the first published study on Atlas, stated that there have been numerous telescopic observations of Atlas demonstrating it's displaying classical signatures of cometary activity. So, you know, Loeb has previously suggested that 1I Oumuamua and other interstellar objects, including the possibly interstellar meteor Cenios 2014-0108, could be extraterrestrial spacecraft, for which he was also criticized by many researchers. While Loeb has written in his blog that the most likely outcome will be that Atlas is a completely natural interstellar object, probably a comet, he defended his hypothesis as an interesting exercise in its own right and fun to explore. It's cool that, like, you know, basically, there's so many videos on the internet about this being an alien spacecraft. Like, if you just go to Google, right? I'll just show you right now. If you just go to Google, if you just go to YouTube and just go 3I Atlas, right? Some of the first things that comes up, obviously, Joe Rogan, 14 hours ago. This is on a channel called Voyager, and I don't know what the fuck that is, but it's like verified on YouTube, and it's like a Joe Rogan clip with like a weird priest and an AI picture of what they think it is. And it's just like this guy going like, 3I Atlas is way scarier than you think. And then there's like a guy like this, and he's like, they're lying. 3I Atlas changes course. There's all this stuff. There's so much stuff. It's just absolutely crazy. What if it actually happened? We aren't ready. It's so incredible. It's so incredible. Yeah, if he just keeps it up, he could be right one of these times. Yeah. Also, hi Val. Good to see you. Hello, Parkour's Language. How are you? Good to see you. Contact Pro. This is crazy. Christina Gomez. I recognize that name. Who is she? Isn't she like a psycho right winger? You know? She's like, contact protocols started. And it's like, no, they haven't. What are you on about? And it's like another AI image of what they're saying it is. It's just so embarrassing. It's really bad. As an actual UFO believer and UFO seener, what would you say? I've seen a UFO. I'm an experiencer, yeah? This kind of shit is just embarrassing. It's like, it's fine that it's a cool comet. It is just fine that it's a cool comet. Like, it doesn't need to be an alien, you know? Yeah, Michio Kaku here as well. He's out here being like, 3I Atlas is becoming far more dangerous than NASA admits. Shut up, man. What are you talking about? I recommend Fraser Kane's video on it covering the actual science. There you go. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, that's good to know. Look, there are loads of examples of genuinely unknown UFO stuff out there, particularly things that like the astronauts on Apollo 13 saw and shit like that. Astronauts like Chinese and Russian astronauts have seen when they've been in space and all this kind of stuff. It's like, you know, there's loads more interesting and compelling stuff that you could look at. The Zimbabwe Rua school in Zimbabwe, that's one of my favorite ones. It was that alien that was seen by all the kids, and they were like super lucid and, you know, described very similar things and all this kind of stuff. You know, it's kind of one of them. It's like we can hold on to those stories and look at those stories and go, yeah, you know, we do live in an interesting universe, and it's very cool, and there's things that we don't know, there's things that we don't understand, and it's fine to say that, it's fine to admit that, and a lot of scientists will also say that, right? Because when we get to the quantum level, things are very, very hard to measure. Things like, you know, matter changing its position when it's not being observed and all this kind of stuff. You know, that's all really interesting, and we can look at that stuff, and all that is kind of based in science as well. So, you know, it's not really like we're sat there and just speculating and going like, oh, it's ghouls, it's goblins, right? We could just be like, no, actually, like, the way we interact with the world and the way that we perceive the world is actually phenomenally interesting, and it's completely bizarre, but not every comet has to be an alien, you know? It just doesn't have to be that way. It just doesn't have to be that way. Everything's computer, everything's aliens. That's right. I got a physics degree in the mid-90s, and Kaku hasn't done any new science since then. He sucks. Oh yeah, of course. He's got the paycheck, right? This is why again, another reason why capitalism sucks, right? Because who was doing real research that was making a lot of progress into UFOs and things like telekinesis and psychokinetic shit and you know, all that kind of business. Who was doing all that? The Soviets. That's right. They were doing all that. And they did have a bit more of an incentive than just communism, to be honest, because they were like, well, the CIA are doing this and they're doing it badly, so we should do all that shit. But yeah, some of the Soviet stuff about what do you call it? Some of the stuff about the Soviet records that were released after the fall of the Soviet Union about aliens was like actually fucking terrifying. Like some of the things that were recorded, just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Like there was like an alien extraterrestrial encounter where like 10 people were just like chilling in a playground with their kids, and they all saw it, and it was like a weird fucking robot kind of thing. Anyway, just completely insane, absolutely bizarre. So anyway, yeah. Right, what's going on here? Aliens can see our media, no way they would even drive by. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. They'd look at the way that we are and they'd be like, nah, sorry. Anyway, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, there's too much of a financial incentive for people like Michio Kaku to just drop out and not do any more real research and just be like, yeah, I'm just going to do talks at universities for the rest of my life and be semi-coherent. And yeah, I'm probably going to speculate and get a load of stuff wrong, but who cares? Because I'll get money, because I'm an established name. And why am I an established name? Because money. Everyone says, oh, he earns a lot of money, so he must have a lot of merit. And that's how our fucking society works, right? Insane. All these people could just go and interview actual astrophysicists, because they're like nerds and love talking nerd shit, and we'll probably tell them actually interesting stuff. Right, that would be so much better. That would be so much better. It's just like, what? And yes, you're right, Husker. Like, I think, you know, aliens... I mean, even the alien that I saw, even the UFO that I saw, looked like it was transparent, like it was fading in and out of existence, right? And so, yeah, UFOs that have been seen in the sky also appear to have that same kind of thing going on. Even ones that have been filmed. And it's like, yeah, like, there is definitely... some kind of technology that they might have if they're real, and it's not just like mass hallucinations that everyone has, because it's just like something that happens because of the human existence, right? Which is also a possibility, which is also terrifying, but in a different way. But you know, yeah, they would be able to cloak themselves, and it's like, yeah, no, they're not going to be able to be seen that easily. They're not just going to like be in space as it, like, pretending to be a comet or something like that. Like, what, you know, what are you talking about? Just crazy stuff. Yeah, go and ask the nerds. They can tell them some interesting stuff. Hello, Sir Goosebumps. It's not just hard to measure things at small levels. It's simply impossible. Right, that's the really interesting stuff, right? And it's like, talking about physicists, like physicists in the 70s were finding out that actually, not even in the 70s, sorry, no, in the 1930s, they were like, yeah, as it turns out, we're probably never going to get answers to all of the questions that we're going to ask. And it's like, that's mad. That's just mad in and of itself, right? And I don't know how much science has progressed in terms of that particular thing. I'm definitely certain that if you asked any scientist nowadays, like, like the questions that remain, about existence, the universe, etc., how close are we to understanding that stuff from the 30s? There's definitely been progress, but there's going to be like a lot of people going like, yeah, I don't think we'll ever know the answer to that. Right? 42. You're right. You're absolutely right. Capitalism is like black mold. It ruins everything. Yep, you don't need to tell me that. Hello, Johnny. Welcome in. We do need to get Danny Dyer on the case, Val. We do. String theory is an interesting concept, but it's not falsifiable, so we could dine out on it forever without having to do anything. Yeah, it's fun stuff. I was watching some random YouTube Sea videos a while ago. There was like a team of 4 or 5 marine biologists, and the little submarine drone went into a brine pool, and they were all so giddy. It was delightful. I've seen stuff like that as well, yeah. I think I might have watched that same thing. There was like a series of videos that kept coming up on my TikTok like a year or two ago, and it was a bunch of scientists in a submarine, and they were looking at new life forms on the bottom of the ocean and stuff, and they were going, wow, and like you could hear how excited they were about all of this stuff. But it's like, yeah, of course you would be. You'd be like, oh my god, no one's ever seen this before. Literally no one's ever seen this before. We're the first people to be seeing this. And yeah, they were just like having such a good time, and it's like, yeah, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. You would feel, is it Nautilus? Is that what it's called? Like Project Nautilus or something? I don't know what it would be called, but yeah, it's like being in Star Trek and you're exploring space, but it's underwater. You know, I think that was it. It was the same thing. Yep, there you go. So what else have I got to say? Today I have started work, very, 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 very early work on my next main channel video. I'm not going to tell you anything about it other than it's about the Filton 24, who are a group of comrades who are in prison, one of which is Yulia, and you can find more information about her on the link that's in the chat, freeyulia.com, on that website that my partner Han made. And yeah, let me get a link to the Patreon post. Yeah, consider becoming a paid member of my Patreon, and you will be able to read and get a sneak peek at the first selection of chapters that I have decided I am going to be making in this video. So I've basically got the structure set out. That's what I've done today. So yeah, if you want more information about that, check out the Patreon post. It's in the chat. Consider becoming a member of the Patreon. This post is for £2 members and above, so that's from the very bottom tier and above. But in future, more behind the scenes and sneak peek stuff will only be for £5 supporters and above. So yeah, just be mindful of that if you do decide to subscribe to the Patreon. So yeah, that's what I've been up to today. I also did a little bit of GMTU stuff today. Helped a member who was asking about some just really exploitative stuff from their letting agent, so I supported them in that. And yeah, that's been about it. And yeah, I'm ready to stream. I've got some stuff ready. We are going to be taking a look at the Gaza ceasefire, how that's going. There's been some interesting developments, which just like, yeah, very interesting to say the least. I don't know what is going to happen in the future for Gaza. I think it's obviously going to be better than what it has been in the short term, but in the long term, I am completely unsure of anything, and I don't know what is going to happen, because there are a lot of different powers that are now all of a sudden in the occupied Palestinian territories and are doing all kinds of things and are telling the Israeli, so-called Israeli government all kinds of things that they can and can't do. And I don't know how sustainable that is with the way that so-called Israeli society is. So, I don't know. We will have a look at this. That's going to be the bulk of the start of the stream. And then we're going to have a look finally at the Zack Polanski stuff that I've wanted to be looking at for a while. The Zionists won't stop screaming about Hamas killing their ISIS gangs. Yeah, it's fucking funny as fuck. It's actually incredible. It's actually incredible. So, got some warm-up stuff for you, chat. What we're going to start with. Came across a phenomenal thread earlier today. It's really good on Blue Sky. I'm going to share it with you now. Because, as you know, flags in the UK, flags, they've been a hot topic, haven't they, recently? They've been a huge hot topic. Flags, haven't they? Everyone's said flags are great. And I love flags and I love shagging them. Everyone's said that. And they've said it time and time again. And obviously, us on the left, we're not that bothered about certain flags, are we? And we do find a contention regarding some flags as they represent racism and they represent empire and imperialism and capitalism and in some cases the crown, which is evil. It's all evil stuff, isn't it? And I've seen that some people have been reclaiming the flags for the left. And we're gonna take a look at some of them. We're gonna take a look at some of them. So here's the first one. This is, I don't know. This isn't related to a football club or anything. There's some football club related ones that we're gonna see in a minute. But this one is just clearly a classic England flag, St. George's Cross. Got here in the top left, sniffing grams with the trans flag there. That's fun, isn't it? That's good. Little England shield in the bottom left. Green Party logo in the top right. That's fun. Palestine flag with from the river to the quay there. Nice little addition. In the middle, emblazoned across the middle of the flag, stop the yachts. Good, that isn't it? That's one of my favourites. It's one of my favourites that we've seen. Here's another one. This is Bristol City Football Club. Come on, you Reds. COYR. Come on, you refugees. Yeah, it's got that in it. Pride of the West Country with the pride colours there. Bottom right seems to be the favourite place for the Palestine flag. That seems to be the favourite place. Globalise the Thatcher cider. Now, Thatcher cider is not Margaret Thatcher's cider. Thatcher is unfortunately a very common name in the UK. And Thatcher's cider is just a brand of cider. That's all that means, right? That's all. That's what that's referred to. It's not fucking Margaret Thatcher in the slightest. And here we've got more. Here we've got more Zacks, more Scots, more Irish, and I believe that this is just. It's obviously more blacks, more dogs, more Irish. Referencing the old racist sign of no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. And I believe that these players, I think that's their names. I think that's what that's referring to. I'm not a big football boy, so I don't know if that's correct. Yes, thatched roofs is where Thatcher comes from, correct. If you're a Thatcher, your ancestors were roofers in the medieval times before slate roofs were a thing. Yes, correct. Thatcher's are tradespeople. Yes, absolutely. Also, hi Carnos, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. What do we got here? We have got this is a great one. a Millwall Football Club one. On the beak with Sadiq. On the beak, a reference to the Bing. Obviously, that's what From the River to the Quay was referencing before as well, if you didn't know. A key of cocaine, right? On the beak. Yeah, why do they call it beak? Because you put it up your beak, right? Nose beers with Sadiq. So, top. That's the top one. That's great. Obviously, no one in Millwall Football Club fucking fans would make this or sign off on this because they're all fucking racist. What else have we got here? This one's fucking mental. Rangers one. Ulster loyal, just drop oil. This one's so silly. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, it's fucking good stuff. Here we go. Leeds United Football Club. Dirty Woke Leeds. I've not got a fucking Scooby-Doo what this is in reference to, but it's the pride flag, so there you go. Marching on together for trans rights. On the lash with Zack and Mothin from the Green Party, Zack and Mothin Ali. Peacocks for Palestine. Dirty Woke Leeds. This one's good. Everton Football Club with the... So this so the bisexual colours kinda here, right, is in reference to there was a redesign for the English football kit, right? Let me see if I can find it. England team shirt redesign. Let me see if I can find it. So all the gammon hated it. They were like, this is gross, it's horrible, it's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. And I found it very funny because obviously it kind of looks like the bisexual flag, right? It was just on the back of the neck. I don't even think it had like a prominent place on the shirt. It was just on the back of the neck. So that's what that's referencing there, right? So them colours there. And so that's what that... More Baines, more boats. Trans flag there in the top left. Palestinian flag in the bottom right again. Having a key with Zack Polanski. More Baines, more boats. I don't know who Baines is, but obviously boats is referencing the small boats. Quality. Up the baggies, fuck the Nazis. This is West Brom Football Club, fighting racism since 1978. This one's pretty good, pretty decent. This one's fucking. This one's good for so many reasons, but. It's like the crustiness of it. It's like the crustiness of it is just like so much better, right? The crustiness of it is just makes it so much better. Trans men are class. Obviously they are. More Bevo, less Boris. Don't know what Bevo means. Maybe a player or something like that. I don't know. Obviously Stevenage Borough is the club. Shout out to the women and the gays. Quality. Absolute quality. On the packet discussing Zone 2 house prices. Yep, that's another Bing reference. Another Coke reference, yeah. On the packet, just in case anyone is confused there. Okay. That's that. That's all the fun stuff. That's all the fun stuff for today. What's with all the Coke references? Football fans love cocaine. It's literally like, number one, I can't begin to tell you how popular cocaine is in the UK in general, right? It really is a massive problem. Yeah. It isn't even just like a UK football fan thing. It's just like a proper England thing. When I first started working when I was 18, well, I started working before that, but when I properly started working full-time and got a flat and all that kind of stuff, the first thing that I noticed was that everybody does cocaine. Just everyone does cocaine. So I was 18 and I would go out with people who were like 20, 24, 27, 30, 34, 50, like, you know, a whole range of people from the restaurant that I worked in. And it was just fucking so much cocaine all the fucking time. The manager at our fucking Italian restaurant, like, it was absolutely crazy. It was like, when he found out that I had a bag once, we went out with, like, this was like, I don't know, I'd already tried coke when I was like 15 or something. And I'd done it like a couple of times with friends when I went to a rave. And then, so yeah, like a couple of times went out with the people from work. And then on one time, I just happened to have a gram, right? I was like, yeah, I've got a gram. And my fucking manager was like, you got a fucking gram? And I was like, yeah, and he was like, fucking excellent. Because he's Italian, obviously. And like, just went to the fucking toilet and had a fucking sniff with my manager. It was just mad. And then that just carried out. But then we like go to work the next day and just like, nah, that didn't happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's mad, like, you know, cocaine smashing class boundaries in Britain. Just fucking madness, honestly. But yeah, no, cocaine is just like a huge thing in the fucking UK. You don't even get any Stephen King movies out of it. Danny Boyle is probably on a lot of Bing, and that's probably why he fucking, like, you know, got. That's why 28 years later is the way that it is. Blame David Bowie. Yeah. Hello, Nuclear Slayer. How you doing? Welcome in. Passed my girlfriend a gram back in the 90s. She sniffed a lot thinking it was whiz. Oh my god. That's fucking mental. A whole fucking gram. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. I've had similar issues happening in Croatia. Not so we got the same issue in Slovenia, but I mostly grew up in like a poor farming valley and we didn't get any city drugs. Yeah, no, if you're in a city in the UK, you will just come across cocaine very, very easily. It's just absolutely mad. Absolutely mad. Where are we up to? Right. Got a little bit of stuff here that we can take a look at. The first thing that I want to take a look at before we get into the main news is that there was a trial today for someone called Soldier F. And Soldier F is a Northern Ireland war crimes piece of shit UK military guy, veteran, whatever you want to call it, committed atrocities at the Bloody Sunday massacre, essentially, a paratrooper, right? And there was a trial for him today, but there was no jury. So it was held in Belfast, the Crown Court in Belfast. Obviously, the entire idea that there's the Crown Court in Belfast is going to be politically loaded for people in that area. And obviously the people who had their families and friends killed in the Bloody Sunday massacre are going to feel a certain type of way about that. So not only was it at the Crown Court, it was also without a jury. So it was just in front of a judge. And the judge was like, nope, cleared of all counts. So let's hear what this fella said. I can't remember this guy's name. I think it's Wilkinson. I can't remember his name. But let's have a little listen and see what he says.
Accusation of Soldier F for murder and attempted murder of the innocents on Bloody Sunday. The families and wounded and our supporters leave this courthouse with an incredible sense of pride of our achievements. Soldier F has been discharged from the defendant's criminal dock, but it is 1 million miles away from being an honourable discharge. Unlike his victims, there has been no declaration of Soldier F's innocence. Soldier F created 2 young widows on Bloody Sunday. He orphaned 12 children, and he deprived dozens of siblings of a loving brother. The Bloody Sunday families do not lay the blame for today's decision on the trial judge. The blame lies firmly with the British state, with the RUC, who failed to investigate the murders on Bloody Sunday properly, or indeed at all. And with the British Army, who shielded and enabled
The RUC is the Royal Ulster Constabulary, by the way.
Its soldiers to continue to murder with impunity and immunity. Also, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, who, with a nod and a wink, complicitly signed off on decisions not to prosecute in 1972 without even raising an eyebrow. Most importantly, however, responsibility lies with the thugs of the Frank Kitchen's Private Army, the 1st Battalion of the Parachute Regiment, who opened fire, and those who directed and protected them. Despite the heroism, steadfastness and dignity of the Bloody Sunday families and wounded, a coward walks free from the dock today. Not through the front door of this courthouse like every other vindicated, wrongly accused defendant proudly does, but instead, once his curtain is peeled back for him creeping out the back door. The type of thug who is well used to special treatment, well used to having important and powerful connections with his police escort and tow. Today marks the end of...
Okay, just fucking cut that off then, Sky News. Fucking shite. Yeah, so, you know, the families of the Bloody Sunday victims are obviously under no illusion that what happened today was a fair or reasonable trial. Let's have a little read of this article from Sky News, which I'm sure won't be biased at all. Mickey McKinney is the fellow who was talking there. Sorry, yeah. So, this is a bit of background here. Former paratrooper accused of murdering 2 civilians in the Bloody Sunday shootings in Northern Ireland 53 years ago has been found not guilty. I think it was a bit more than 2. But, you know, he participated in it nonetheless. A soldier F, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was accused of killing James Ray and William McKinney during disorder after a civil rights parade on the 30th of January 1972 in Derry, I think you'll find. The veteran was also found not guilty of 5 attempted murders at Belfast Crown Court on Thursday. So here are the victims, Bloody Sunday victims: Patrick Doherty, Bernard McGuigan, John Duddy, Gerald Donaghy, Gerald McKinney, Jim Ray, William McKinney, and John Young. Michael Kelly, Michael Madade, Hugh Gilmore, Kevin McElhenney, William Nash, and John Johnston. He had denied all 7 charges. 30 people were shot dead by the parachute regiment on the day in question. Soldier F did not give evidence, but the court heard about previous statements from 2 paratroopers known as G and H, who were in Glenfather Park North along with Soldier F. The prosecution said their testimony was direct evidence that the defendant had opened fire in the area. However, the defense argued that they were unreliable witnesses as their statements were inconsistent with each other and with other witnesses who gave evidence. The trial was held in Belfast in front of a judge, not a jury. Delivering his judgment, Judge Patrick Lynch said the evidence presented against the veteran fell well short of what was needed for conviction, and whatever suspicion the court may have had about the role of Soldier F, he was constrained and limited by the evidence presented. He said to convict, it had to be upon evidence that is convincing and manifestly reliable. The evidence presented by the Crown falls well short of this standard and signally fails to reach the high standard of proof required in a criminal case of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, I find the accused not guilty on all 7 counts on the present bill of indictment. Mickey McKinney, brother of William McKinney, of those killed on Bloody Sunday, said outside court. Yep, we've heard him say this. They were waiting for a review from the Public Prosecution Service over alleged perjury, and said they would push for a prosecution to be taken without further delay. We're not finished yet. It's a big one. We took it to the wire. Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister, has said she'll continue to support the Bloody Sunday families in the pursuit of justice. Sure, I'm sure she will. But yeah, foot the judge as well. Yeah, absolutely. I know that the families are there saying like the blame doesn't lie with the judge. But you know, it's one of them. Sunday night, as I was busy growing concrete on my allotment, some very nasty fairies broke into my house and did a racism on my Facebook page. Obviously, I'm mortified by this, and looking forward, going forward, I'll be installing. What are you on about? What are you on about, Monkey Sputum? Also, hi, welcome to the stream, by the way. It's good to see you. As people gathered outside court, shouted over him, they said, I hope there's no more soldiers brought to the court today with evidence that has actually no way of going through. DUP leader Gavin Robinson said the verdict in relation to Soldier F represents a clear and welcome outcome. So the DUP obviously the loyalist party in Northern Ireland. It's not good. It's not good when they're saying things like this. Clear and welcome outcome. It's completely insane. Sinn Féin MP John Finucane said Bloody Sunday remains a scar on the city of Derry. Speaking outside court, Mr. Finucane said he was bitterly disappointed for all the families who were here and those who were injured, for everybody in Derry. At the time, there was no appetite to have any form of effective investigation into the murders, the multiple shootings which took place in 1972. The police had no interest, the British military had no interest. The fact that those soldiers who did give statements to the Royal Military Police told lies. And the article ends there. It's really good. I love that Sky News just doesn't take this shit seriously whatsoever. Mike Graham suspended from Talk TV for a racist post on Facebook. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, so we're going to be diving into, after that, we're going to be diving into the Gaza ceasefire updates. So, where are we at the minute? First bit of news. International Court of Justice has affirmed that the State of Israel must agree to and facilitate UNRWA's humanitarian operations in Gaza and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory and not impede them. So the ICJ opinion is clear. It came out that what they had investigated is that no, the GHF was not a substantial enough replacement for UNRWA aid in the region. And obviously it was not the case that Hamas was stealing aid. There was no proof that Hamas had been stealing aid from the aid trucks, from the UN aid trucks. So yeah, wow, who'd have thought it? Fork found in kitchen. Turns out that Israel lied. Wow, that's crazy. So that's where we're up to. So we got UNRWA here reporting on that. UNRWA's indispensable role as a provider for humanitarian relief in the Gaza Strip and its unique mandate was recognized by the International Court of Justice, and it also recognized UNRWA's connection to the people of Gaza, which enables it to deliver aid safely and with dignity. So there you go. That's that. So that's an interesting development. Now, what have we got in terms of the ceasefire agreement? So at the moment, the US envoy is there, including JD Vance, Donald Trump, and Marco Rubio. And one of the first things that came up today, this is early in the morning, 4:16 a.m. So I guess Palestine time, it would have been about 6 a.m., maybe 8 a.m. Rubio, Knesset's advancement of West Bank annexation threatens Trump's Gaza peace plan. Now, we're going to spend a little bit of time on this today, chat, because this is some really interesting stuff. Again, as I've said already, I said this the other day when I was covering the Gaza ceasefire, that, of course, it is a very cynical situation that we find ourselves in, where, unfortunately, Donald Trump is talking about this plan, which was a plan that was hashed out with the help of a bunch of different countries in terms of, it was a bunch of Arab states. It was a bunch of, there were definitely some vassal states in there. Yemen wasn't invited to the table. Iran wasn't invited to the table to discuss this stuff. So it was all the vassal states of the region, but also some of them who have like genuine concerns, like Qatar, I think, are wavering in terms of their support for Israel because of the way that they violated Qatar's sovereignty with a strike on their land a month or so ago, whenever that was. So that's where we're up to. Obviously, we are going to be keeping a close eye on this to find out exactly how the peace plan is going to go down, because the worst case scenario is that they force Al-Qassam to disarm and, completely start to expel Palestinians out of the Strip. Now, apparently, it seems that these kinds of human rights abuses are being prevented, and I don't know whether that is genuinely because some of the Gulf states are like, no, our people have to see that Palestinians are being treated well, right? We can't see any more, human rights abuses against Palestinians. It's just gonna make things very, very bad in our countries. There's too much of an uproar. There's been too much of an uprising. I don't know, but that seems to be the line that the US envoy has been going with, which is, if so-called Israel wants to be seen as a more Middle Eastern country, it has to treat Palestinians well, right? Because most Middle Eastern countries are like, Palestinians, they belong here, yeah? Still saying they're at war. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It's crazy, yeah. Still at war, even though there's a ceasefire. Yeah, it's fun stuff, isn't it? Times of Israel. You can just see exactly what Israel's intentions are when you read the publications. You just can. So, let's take a read of this. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says that Knesset's move towards the annexation of the West Bank would threaten President Donald Trump's plan to end the Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza. They passed a vote in the Knesset, but the president has made clear that it's not something we'd be supportive of right now. Rubio tells reporters before taking off for Israel, "We think there's potential for it to be threatening to the peace deal." Yeah, crazy. Yeah, interesting that everybody kept saying all Hamas has to do is release the hostages and it'll be over. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's crazy that they were saying that, and then they're saying that they're still at war. Yeah, mad, right? Absolutely mad. Last month, Trump broke his silence on a potential Israeli annexation of the West Bank amid mounting Arab opposition, vowing that he wouldn't allow the move. They're a democracy. People are going to have their votes. People are going to take these positions. But at this time, we think it might be counterproductive. So that's the Times of Israel reporting on this. We have a video from France 24, and there has been not a lot of reporting about this from mainstream Western press. So it's a big blind spot for most people who consume Western media. So we're going to be taking a look at this. Also, welcome to the stream, Luna. How are you doing? Good to see you.
France 24's Noga Tanapolsky standing by in Jerusalem. Noga, good afternoon. We've had this flurry of American officials, one after the other, essentially trying to keep this ceasefire deal from falling apart.
That's exactly right, Delano, and it's not stopping anytime soon. J.D. Vance, as you just showed us, has not even taken off from Ben Gurion Airport yet, and preparations are under.
Soccer with the 2 years.
Sup, y'all.
Thank you so much for the 2 years. Welcome in, Sorka. How are you doing?
Wait to welcome Secretary of State Marco Rubio any minute now. And then when Marco Rubio leaves, Israel is expecting to welcome CIA Director John Ratcliffe. This is, of course, in addition to the 200 plus U.S. military personnel now staffing a civilian military control base, coordination and control base in southern Israel in the city of Kiryat Gat. And they seem to be calling the shots in everything that has to do with the Israeli interface with Gaza at this moment. And it appears, at least for the...
Yeah, important to remember that Amazon is on the boycott list for those who are still purchasing things from Amazon. And yes, I know that Twitch is owned by Amazon. Hey, that's why if you don't want to sub, if you don't want to give Twitch money, you should give me money directly via my PayPal link.
Forthcoming future that the United States does not have the confidence to let the Israelis run this show.
And when it comes to this ceasefire agreement, we had Hamas that was due to return the remains of 28 Israeli hostages. Noga, where are we on that front? Does the drip and drab still continue? 2 bodies here, 3 bodies there?
Well, Delano, it was even worse than that. It was 1 body here and 2 days later, 2 bodies there. Yesterday, there were none. No remains of Israeli hostages returns. So far today, we have had no notification from Hamas about any possible return of the remains of Israel.
Yeah, just leave out the fact that they're all buried under rubble because they were in buildings that got bombed by the IOF. Yeah, just leave that out.
Hostages.
There's no point in including that, is there? There's no point in including that very important information.
And, the families of these hostages say that Hamas is simply torturing them, that Hamas is engaging in a form of psychological torture. The Israeli government is basically...
Israel says...
mum. And so we have to go on, I think, the statement made by Vice President Vance, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday on his flurry of a visit.
Completely rich, right?
He said that the U.S. is working on getting all the bodies back, but that Israelis are going to have to be patient. That was...
Oh, yeah, sorry, just to distract from the main content, did you... people in the chat talking about Amazon... I completely didn't speak about this in any of the streams this week, but did you see the, Amazon Web Services went down. Hang on, maybe I can find a link to this. Amazon Web Services went down. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is so good, chat. This is so good. Amazon Web Services outage took down everybody's Bored Apes. Right? So, yes, these things still exist. The fucking Bored Ape Yacht Club. They're not going to the moon. They're not earning loads of money from them or anything like that. But it's funny as hell because do you remember the whole selling point for these NFTs, right? Is that they are images on the blockchain. So that is a decentral bit of code that is somehow not connected to any other part of the internet. But for some reason, Amazon Web Services went down and all the apes were gone. So completely missold everybody. The blockchain isn't real. It doesn't work in the way that people think it works. And that's that. All apes gone. Yeah, love my tokens to be funged. Yeah, wow, wow. People's smart beds and doorbells stop working and stuff too. That's why I'll never buy into any of that. So obviously, aside from all the completely unethical, bizarre stuff about Ring doorbells, right? It sends footage to the cops and shit like that, right? That's why I'll never go in for any of that shit. I'll never go in for any of that shit. Hey Sterling, welcome in. Good to see you. What a shame. Anyway, yeah, moving on. Yeah, just crazy. The only thing on the blockchain is ownership info, not the actual content itself. The apes aren't gone. They were never there to begin with. Exactly, yeah. In the club, straight funging it, and by it, I mean my tokens.
Was the way he put it.
That's a good
now,
one.
Of course, the Israeli intelligence believes that Hamas has access to the vast majority of the 13 remaining bodies.
Yeah, Israel believes all kinds of things. Israel believes loads of stuff, lady. Don't care about what they say, to be honest.
Dragging its feet in this matter.
Okay, because in that soundbite we just played.
I love that this is about. This story is supposed to be about the psycho-Zionist entity wanting to invade the West Bank and annex the West Bank, right? But this lady was just given a whole minute, right? A whole fucking minute to be like, Israel says, Hamas are torturing Israel. Hamas are really dragging their feet on this. Israeli hostages, the people just want their dead hostages back.
Of JD Vance, he does say that Hamas is respecting the ceasefire, and under the terms of the ceasefire, handing back the bodies was one of those terms.
So this is kind of what I'm saying, chat. Like, I think that this woman is Israeli. I think this Noga Polski, I think she's Israeli. She lives in Jerusalem. Her name is Tana Polski. There's a high chance that she's Israeli, right? France 24 is not going to be not making apologies for Israel. It's part of the empire fucking media, basically establishment media. And this guy, this is what I mean about the interesting thing is that, like, I don't know if this journalist has her own agenda because she's Israeli or a Zionist or whatever, or if this kind of back and forth has been pre-agreed by these two, by France 24 news desk and by the reporter herself. But it really seems like there is something at odds here with the reporting, because the France 24 news desk wants to be talking about, hey, like, Marco Rubio's in Israel and Israel is saying that they are, going to annex the West Bank, and JD Vance is saying that's not going to happen and it can't happen, and rah rah rah. And I think that most so-called Israelis, most settlers, are pissed off with their Daddy Trump and Daddy JD Vance and Daddy Rubio, and I think that might be where we start to see some tensions. And there are a bunch of US military personnel in the Zionist entity right now. There are also some British troops there as well, and there are also probably going to be some Gulf state troops in there as well, maybe Turkey, right? Now, what I know is that the IOF loves to shoot anyone, and it makes loads of mistakes. It's incompetent. It doesn't know what it's doing. The likelihood of an IOF soldier shooting a Turkish soldier and then kicking off a wider regional war is insanely likely. And we're going to take a little look at this in later on in the stream, but there is there is absolutely a sticking point and contention where Netanyahu is saying we absolutely cannot have Turkish troops in Israel. And it's up to Trump, really, isn't it? And Trump loves Erdogan. So, I don't know. We're gonna see. We are gonna see. I don't know. I think that there's going to be some kind of dissonance between settlers on the ground who have been told by their government to love Trump and worship Trump and, like, thank you, Trump, thank you, we love Trump, we love Donald Trump, and then all of a sudden Trump is inviting all these brown militaries to the fucking Arab militaries, basically, to the Zionist entity. And I think that they're going to be a little upset by that. Hi, Krill. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Let's talk about another story, Noga, because as you know, foreign journalists have not been allowed to operate in Gaza for over 2 years now. The war has come to an end. A ceasefire seems to be in place, and that still is the case. Now, earlier today, we had Israel Supreme Court, which was due to hear a petition filed by an organization representing foreign journalists. What happened to that?
Well, unfortunately, Delano, it was almost a farce this morning. France 24, of course, was represented in this lawsuit filed by the Foreign Press Association. The public prosecution in Israel has been dragging its feet for months and months and months.
She's Argentinian born and is Jewish.
Israel have requested permission to be able to independently cover Gaza from the start of the war.
I mean, you can be Argentinian born and Israeli, right?
We've been denied this for security reasons. Today, the sessions at the Supreme Court started late. It lasted 10 minutes, and the state won another stay of 30 days before it will have to explain its position denying journalists access to Gaza to the court. So we're at a stalemate there, too.
Okay, the can kicked down the road on that front, too. Noga, thank you very much for that. Noga Polanski reporting there.
All right, okay, a little bit of a crap bit of reporting there from France 24, but as I said, this is a huge blind spot for Western media. Let's take a look at some little snippets from Twitter. So this is Jeremy Lafredo. Apparently a journalist has his email in his Twitter, so that will maybe be for any kind of stories or tips or anything like that. JD Vance on a Knesset vote that took place during his visit to annex the West Bank. Oh yeah, that was weird. I was sort of confused by that. Let's listen.
Vote yesterday that took place while you were in the country.
Oh yeah, that was weird. I was sort of confused by that. Now I actually asked some.
Wow, that was weird. They weren't supposed to be doing that, and we were supposed to be telling them what to do. But how do I say that on the media?
About it, and they told me that it was a symbolic vote, some symbolic vote to recognize or to a symbolic vote to annex the West Bank. I mean,
you are joking. I've not watched this chat, so you know. I'm like, oh, what? This is so crazy. This is so crazy. Hey, Pitsy, yeah, right. Hey, Nicholas. Hey, have a laptop. Yeah. Oh, it's just a symbolic vote to annex the West Bank. What do you mean, man? Symbolically in Minecraft. Hey, Loki human. It's just like, what? How are you a real person, dude? If you don't know the answer to something, just be like, yeah, okay. I'll find out, you know? But this loser has been completely enabled to simply say whatever he wants. There is no repercussions for him getting anything wrong, just like Trump, right? Yeah, it's just a symbolic war crime. It's like your parent asking what the weed in your car is and you're pretending not to know. Yes, exactly. It's exactly like that.
Yeah.
The West Bank vote yesterday that took place while you were in the country.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. That was weird. I was sort of confused by that. Now, I actually asked somebody about it, and they told me that it was a symbolic vote.
I asked somebody about it. Plausible deniability going crazy out here.
Symbolic vote to recognize, or a symbolic vote to annex the West Bank. I mean, what I would say to that is when I asked about it, somebody told me that it was a political stunt, that it had no practical...
a political stunt? What? Oh my god. Symbolic vote is wild. Absolutely wild. That's so weird. That's so weird.
Significance. It was purely symbolic. I mean, look, if it was a political stunt, it was a very stupid political stunt, and I personally take some insult to it. The West Bank is not going to be annexed by Israel. The policy of the Trump administration is that the West Bank will not be annexed by Israel. That will continue to be our policy. And if people want to take symbolic votes, they can do that. But we certainly weren't happy about it.
Thank you.
You know, chat, we were joking on Red Planet a while ago. And look, you know, obviously, I'm still joking in some regard here. But it is just crazy. It is just completely crazy that the Americans who are in charge of all this stuff, and look, I don't think they have any ounce of integrity. They could turn on a fucking heel and decide, oh no, well they can annex the West Bank now, right? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. But when I think about it, I do think that at this point, Trump probably has more respect for. It's likely that Trump probably has more respect for the Arab leaders than Netanyahu. And I say that because if he's thinking about, okay, well, what are you doing, Bibi? What do you want all this money for? You know, he's a man who's concerned about money. He wants to make money for him and his friends, right? And he's only concerned about America, really. He is kind of America first, but not really. He's seen the shit that people have been saying about the USA having so much focus on Israel, and he's probably gone, oh shit, maybe this is bad. Maybe I should, I don't know, concentrate a bit more on, you know. And he wants to be the peacetime president. He wants to be the peacetime whatever the fuck, right? Do you know what I mean? It's crazy that his administration is now being like, yeah, they're not going to annex the West Bank. They're not doing that. And we're in Gaza and we're going to help them rebuild and all this stuff. It's just a bit fucking crazy. You know? Like the ceasefire got broken by Israel and Trump was like, yeah, none of that, bro. And now they've stopped. As far as I know, there's been no strikes in Gaza for the last 2 days. I don't know, might have missed it. But that is a significant indicator. It's a signifier of the fact that what we've been saying this whole time is completely true, is the US is in charge. Israel is the US's attack dog. And it's gone, down boy. Down boy. No treats. Right? And it's just crazy. We were joking about it. I was joking about it when Trump was going around to all the Gulf states and he wasn't even talking about normalizing relations or anything like that. And I was saying, you know, shit like the Intifada, you know, globalize the Intifada. That's what they're saying. And Sophie was joking about it on Sunday as well. And obviously it's not that, is it? It's completely not that. But this is where we're up to, you know?
Thank you.
This is where we're up to. So, breaking. US President Trump told Time magazine that the Israeli annexation of the occupied West Bank won't happen and that he gave his word to the Arab countries, right? We're seeing more and more evidence here that he far more respects the Arab countries than Israel at this point. He's losing respect for Israel. Like, you know, again, I kind of missed this point that I was trying to make earlier, which was he's asking Bibi, like, what, you know, what do you want all this money for? Oh, we're going to war with Hamas. We're going to war with Hamas. You know, they've got tunnels everywhere. We need loads of ordnance. We need to destroy Hamas. And he's like, yeah, you've been getting a load of money, right? You've been getting a load of money, but you're just not. So what now? Like, you're losing the war? Oh, I've seen these Al-Qassam fighters, like, doming your guys. Like, they're just running up to your tanks with fucking bombs and putting them in the fucking tank. Like, what's that about, man? You're not training your troops? What's happening? You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Maybe he thinks that they're a loser. Of course he likes the Arab states better because they're straightforward dictatorships and they're like, fuck off rich. Yeah, exactly. Like, he loves Erdogan because Erdogan is a dictator. He loves Sisi because Sisi is a dictator. He loves Mohammed bin Salman because, you know... Because he's got slaves and he executes people. He executed Jamal Khashoggi for the USA. You know, all this stuff. Israel is an expensive investment that doesn't seem to be paying off. Exactly, Sorka. Exactly. That is exactly what I'm saying. Bizarro world where Biden couldn't fucking do anything like this, even to save his election. It's completely bizarre, right? It's completely bizarre. So, yeah. This is where we're up to. Yeah, this is my billionaire circle jerk and you aren't making me money. Correct. When Trump realizes Israel is a bubble, well, that's the only bubble he has recognized because they're still putting so much money in AI and 80% of all US stocks are in AI at the moment. Did you know that, chat? And Meta just fired 600 employees from its AI department. Something very, 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 very insane is about to happen. Israel is big in tech, so when the tech bubble pop happens, it's going to hurt them too. Yep. 80% of US stocks is in AI. It's so crazy. And it's all the Mag 7. It's Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft, who are the other fucking guy? Google, you know, there's 3 more, I can't remember. Trump really wants that peace prize. He can't stand that Obama has one and he doesn't. Yes, correct. Is there an article on that in the Discord? Let me see. Sophie linked something in the Red Planet admin chat the other day. Hang on. Let me take a little look here. It's like we learned nothing from the dot-com bubble going bang. Well, not just the dot-com bubble, but also the fucking subprime mortgages in 2008. It's capitalism, right? That's what it is. Capitalists just do not care. It's just like, oh, what's this? I'm making loads of money. Nothing can go wrong. Let's just keep investing. They're all buying from each other and making contracts from each other. The effect will be fast. It will be insane. It will be insane. I have a feeling that Mark Zuckerberg is going to like jump out of a fucking window or something. It's going to be fucking mental. It is going to be like a bra strap being pinged, yes. And huge big naturals are going to fucking fly out. But no one's going to be ready for it. It's going to be like a bra strap being pinged at a fucking abstinence conference. That's what it's going to be like. And everyone's going to have a stroke. Everyone in the room. Right, let me see if I can find this. 80% of US stocks AI. Let's have a look. There is Wait, I just saw a crazy article in the Financial Times. This is so mad. It's so mad that the Financial Times is saying that. This is from earlier this month. This is earlier this month. And yeah, it's just an opinion article, but it's in the Financial Times, and it's gonna be from like a fucking, who is this guy? Ruchir Sharma? Let's look this guy up real quick. Ruchir Sharma. He's an author. What went wrong with capitalism? The rise and fall of nations, breakout nations, democracy on the road. Yeah, this guy I think will probably be a bit of a reliable narrator with this shit. I don't think that he's a communist, but I think that he's probably someone who studies what's going on. The writer was chair of Rockefeller International. His latest book is What Went Wrong with Capitalism. Right. Despite mounting threats to the U.S. economy, from high tariffs to collapsing immigration, eroding institutions, rising debt, and sticky inflation, large companies and investors seem unfazed. So immediately in the first paragraph, they're talking about people are just not looking at reality. Like, all this stuff is happening, it's really bad, but no one's paying attention. They're increasingly confident that artificial intelligence is such a big force, it can counter all the challenges. I was watching a video from More Perfect Union the other day about a guy who had AI psychosis, who the ChatGPT was just telling him again and again and again that he had discovered the AI, like the watershed moment where it was like, you know? AI is becoming real and sentient and conscious now, and he was like losing his mind, and he like lost all of his relationships and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? And I think that, and also there was that Senate hearing recently. There was a fucking Senate oversight hearing recently where ChatGPT told a 16-year-old kid to kill himself, and he did. And it's like there's only so many of those things that happen that this can stand, right? Do you know what I mean? If something like this happens again and it gets more and more eyes on it, then it is gonna fucking, it's gonna make a difference. It's gonna make a huge difference. AI isn't all that. Just look at all the trouble Skynet had with John Connor. Right, exactly. We just have to remember. We just have to remember. There will be a John Connor and it will be fine. Lately, this optimism has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Again, more criticism. Hundreds of billions of dollars of companies that are invested in AI account for an astonishing 40% share of US GDP growth. That's the US GDP growth. AI companies have accounted for 80% of the gains in US stocks so far in 2025. So it's not that 80% of US stocks are in AI, it's 80% of the gains. So the line that has gone up has been 80% AI. So, mamma mia. Since the wealthiest 10% of the population own 85% of US stocks, they enjoy the largest wealth effects when they go up. Little wonder that when the latest data shows America's consumer economy rests largely on spending by the wealthy, the top 10% of earners account for half of consumer spending, the highest share on record since the data begins. This is crazy, man. The day it starts dropping, they're going to do a stock market freeze again, aren't they? Yeah, they must do, right? Once the sell-off starts happening, though, all stocks are going to be hit. Oh, yeah, no, of course. Look, like, this was another thing that we were talking about. We're talking about this almost every day in the Red Planet mod channel, right? Me, Sophie, and Conrad are talking about this, like, almost every day. Tim will jump in a couple of times. But Sophie posted this recently, and it was about Trump. When Trump made that... Wait, let me see if I can find it. Trump, truth, social, China tariffs. It was like the last tweet that he made about it was this one, right? Yeah, it was this one. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I'm hereby raising the tariff charged by China. Oh no, this is fucking April 9th. It's not this one. Where is it? Nobody's getting off the hook. Lack of respect. Retaliatory traffics, retaliatory tariffs. This was July. Where was it? Where was it? Oh my god, I can't find it. I think he might have deleted it. But he did a Trump base. He did a Truth Social, basically being like, what is it? Thousands of people are pouring through Mexico and Canada. Where the fuck is it? Do you know what I'm talking about? Does anyone in chat know what I'm talking about? It was like a tweet where he was like, everything that is happening is bad and it's because of China, right? And then the next day, it was this. Not even the next day, like the hour afterwards or something. It was like the hour after it happened. Everything just started tanking, and then like the next day it was the same as well, right? The next day it was the same and worse. And you know, this is how fragile the fucking stock market is. In terms of like, oh, well, if the president of the United States makes a silly truth post, social post, then all of a sudden, everyone's wealth plummets. Right? All of a sudden. Pew! You know, even real estate. Like, it's crazy that it affected real estate. It's just mad. I was doing Pat Watch on the stock market, right? You know? So... Anyway, it's not that one. And there's been some, like, movement on tariffs apparently today or something, but whatever. Well, it's 10% of population. Without all the excitement around AI, the US economy might be stalling out, given the multiple threats. No nation has seen an immigration boom bust cycle near the scale of the one roiling America. Net immigration nearly quadrupled after 2020 to peak at well over 3 million in 2023, but the backlash led by President Donald Trump sent that figure into freefall. This year, only around 400,000 net new arrivals are expected, and that could be the trend in coming years. This labor force squeeze alone will reduce America's growth potential by more than a fifth, Goldman Sachs analysis suggests. Yet increasingly, the response to this risk is a shrug. AI is going to make human labor less necessary anyway. Well, that remains to be seen, but we'll see. Likewise, government deficits and debts are increasing faster in the US than in other developed markets. At around 100% of GDP, US government debt is near its Second World War peak, and on its current trajectory, that burden could keep rising unless, of course, AI saves the day by generating an economic boom. But where is that going to come from? The main reason AI is regarded as a magic fix for so many different threats is that it's expected to deliver a significant boost to productivity growth, especially in the US. But this is not true. And Meta, literally, Meta AI staff layoff. This was yesterday. Meta AI layoffs latest signal tech's hottest career path may end with more risk than riches. Hey Nemesis, how's it going? What makes them think there's possibly a good outcome? Oh, it's a cycle. No, it's a fucking crater. Right, exactly. It's crazy. Meta is laying off roughly 600 employees within its artificial intelligence unit. The latest example from big tech that the AI layoff has become trendy as the lofty AI valuation or acquisition. As big tech doubles down on artificial intelligence by acquiring or investing in nimble startups, the workforces of those smaller companies are often the first to feel the impact. It's just like, what do you think is going to happen, man? What do you think is going to fucking happen? Anyway, so that's where we're up to. Sorry, little bit of a stun lock there with the AI stuff. But yeah, we were talking about investments. Sorka brought up the word investment. She said Israel is a bad investment for the US. Yes. And then I think that we made a joke saying, well, he's not realizing how much of a bad investment AI is. Anyway, so we've got Trump saying things like, yeah, you're not going to annex the West Bank, right? You're not going to do it. Where do we go here? Gaza fires, captures, trickle of food getting to northern Gaza. Rubio's trip comes amid very difficult conversations between the US and Israeli leaders. Okay, this is the interesting bit that I wanted to look at.
Undetectable, uninterceptable nuclear weapon. We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from. And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile.
I love that Al Jazeera always reports this at the start of its any of its fucking reports on Israel. Al Jazeera is reporting from Jordan because it has been banned in Israel and the occupied West Bank. The US Secretary of State is here to maintain the high-profile, high-level American presence in Israel and to push not just for Israel to protect the ceasefire, but not to not resume bombardment, but to move on to phase 2 and to agree to the formation of the International Stabilization Force, right? So the International Stabilization Force is this group of soldiers that are going to come together and be like, right, it's basically like the UN Peace Force, UN Peacekeepers, basically, under a different name. So it's just going to be that, but the likelihood is because they're not under the blue hats of the UN, that any kind of IOF aggression towards this force will result in some kind of tension or some kind of repercussion for the occupying entity, right? Because if an IOF soldier decides that he wants to be racist to an Arab soldier from Egypt or from Turkey, even though they're not Arabs, right? You know, they just call anyone who's brown and Muslim an Arab, even though people in Turkey are not necessarily brown. But, you know, if something like that happens, it just decides that he doesn't like that one soldier and then pops a fucking cap in his ass. Boom, you've got a fucking regional war, right? So that's where we're fucking up to. Thousands of soldiers from other countries will have to be deployed to Gaza. According to the plan, the Israeli army must withdraw from the Gaza Strip and there will be Palestinian governance. All of those issues, Israel is reluctant to talk about. In fact, the Israeli government is tying phase 2 to the return of the bodies of all the dead Israeli captives. So what you've got on one hand is you've got Trump and the Arab states being like, right, phase 2 is this. And Israel is like, nah, phase 2 is when we get all the bodies of our dead hostages back. And they're like, yeah, but like that will happen in time. Like, what are you talking about? Sort your life out. All those issues Israel is reluctant to talk about. This is something that is a point of disagreement between Israel and the US administration because there is an admission that finding all those bodies, exhuming them from under tons of rubble will be difficult and time-consuming. The Trump administration wants to move forward at a fast pace, which is making Israel extremely uncomfortable. Yes! Fucking yes! That's great. Let them fight. Let them fight. This is possibly, again, I'm gonna say it again, and again, Sorka corrected me because she knows more about chess than I do. Not even a 5D diplomatic chess move by Hamas to be like, yes sir, Mr. Donald Trump, thank you very much, what a great peace plan. They knew that this kind of thing would happen. They knew, they've analyzed all of it. They were like, Trump likes to move fast, he wants a Nobel Peace Prize, he wants peace in the region, he's gonna push through this really quickly. There's loads of stuff in here that Israel won't like. There'll be friction, there'll be tension. It will cause a massive rupture between the US and Israel. Israel will fall apart overnight. Palestine will be free. I guarantee it. That's what's gonna fucking happen, chat. I'm fucking, I'm not saying that we take the pressure off. This is the time to put the pressure up, right? Trump getting involved with such a fatal own goal on the macro view. It makes sense for his motivations and his motivations alone. Right, exactly. Yes, who'd have thought that raising Gaza to the ground would make it difficult to retrieve the bodies, yeah. Oh, God. Absolutely mad. Absolutely mad. Anyway. Despite all the optimism we're hearing from US officials, what we see in terms of reporting is that very difficult conversations are happening. So, that is where we are up to. Quds News Network reports this. So here's another example of this. Far-right Israeli Minister Bezalel Smotrich apologizes for what he called his unfortunate remarks about Saudi Arabia. What did he say about Saudi Arabia? Now, this clip, I believe, is in Hebrew, so we won't be able to understand it. Yep. But here is Smotrich saying, if Saudi Arabia is telling us that in return for normalization, they want a Palestinian state, we will say, friends, no thank you. You can continue riding camels on the sand in the Saudi desert. So just some racism here from the very white Bezalel Smotrich, definitely indigenous to the Middle East. And then what happened literally an hour after this happened, right? Again, an indicator, a signifier that the Trump administration has gone, oi, what you fucking doing? Right? Because what has happened is he's filmed this at his desk, at his fucking desk. The translation, this is his Twitter account. My statement about Saudi Arabia was certainly not successful, and I regret the offense that it caused. Yes! Because Saudi Arabia is Trump's boys. Trump is like, oi, that's my boy, Mohammed bin Salman. What are you fucking talking about? You fucking piece of shit. Apologize immediately. Right? It's so depressing that, as usual, it takes US intervention for this shit to shift. Well, yeah, because again, I mean, it's all, you know, what I would say, right? What I would say is, don't look at it as US intervention, because Hamas could have easily said, no, we are not doing this plan. Yeah. Again, as I said earlier, I believe that this was a diplomatic. Very easy. They saw on the chessboard, as Sorka said the other day, the queen was open. They moved the king in, fucking checkmate, or whatever you do. I don't fucking know. They moved the piece in, checkmate, right? And that's how they saw it. I think that this is just like a masterful move from Hamas. They've resisted for 2 years, genocide. They saw this opportunity and they took it. They took the fucking opportunity where they knew that Trump would be driven by ego to make this happen. Israel would hate it. And it's going to cause loads of problems between the US and Israel. So I would say, you know, don't think of it as like, oh, you know, the US had to come in and do this. Trump wouldn't have done anything. If Hamas would have said, no, we don't agree to this plan, he would have just stayed in America and just kept doing fascism in America. And I'm not saying that fascism isn't happening in America still, but they're still doing it. They're still threatening Colombia and Venezuela and all this stuff. But like, they would have just ignored it and they would have just let Israel continue its genocide, right? It would have happened in a different way. But, you know, I genuinely believe that this is down to the diplomatic expertise of Hamas. And just them knowing what is going on. And them understanding empire and its weaknesses in a different way. And exploiting those weaknesses. A huge weakness of US empire is Trump's egotism, right? And they will have been talking about that for weeks and months and weeks and months. Think about that, you know? Smotrich, born in Syria and decided to be a settler in the West Bank, even going so far as to build his home outside of the settlement area. Yeah, it's mad stuff. So yeah, Smotrich got slapped down. We've got a little report here from Channel 4 News that is quite interesting. So this is literally from yesterday, literally 24 hours ago they posted this. War between Hamas and rival clans could decide Gaza future. Now, there's a couple of ways that this could be presented. It could be presented in an anti-Hamas way. It could be presented in an anti-gangs way. Now, obviously, we have to read the gangs, the rival clans, as Israel, because that's who they are. That's who's funding them. So let's see this report from Channel 4. Let's see what they're saying. It's about 11 minutes long.
Winning hearts and minds. Hossam al-Astal sent us videos to show that he's one of the good guys who wants to work with the Americans to create a new Gaza free from Hamas. He controls 2 militia in the Khan Yunis area, allegedly armed and sponsored by Israel. Speaking to us from Gaza today, he implied, my enemy's enemy is my friend.
في اتفاق في تنسيق المنظر بما يقصف الجيش الإسرائيلي تبعنا إن نتحرك بسلاحنا بعتادنا.
I mean, this is not even remotely, right? Something that if the US envoy and this whole Gaza peace plan, this whole operation is trying to say to Israel, stop fucking things up, why are you fucking things up? And they know that these gangs are being supported by the IDF. You know, it's common knowledge. Again, it feels like it's something that's not going to go well for them, right? Because this is the IOF's way of continuing the fucking war while they're not actually bombing them. They're like, shit, we're not slaughtering Palestinians every day. There has to be another way to do this. Okay, let's fund all of these different gangs within Gaza to steal aid and murder Hamas, right? Let's do that. But they're not going to do it because Hamas and Al-Qassam are extremely experienced. So it's such a bizarre situation. Yeah, use the proxies, right?
ولذلك احنا عندنا شوية مرتاح.
You don't have international backing, dude. You've got backing from fucking Israel. That's one place. I guess you could argue that that's US backing, right? But
دعم سياسي وأقول لك دعم اقتصادي. وفي القريب حنزيد كويس. أنا بقول لك إحنا حنكون بديل لحماس.
In a recently posted video, he was clear where his loyalties lie.
بنشكر الرئيس ترامب وبنشكر الإدارة الأمريكية على تعاونهم وتوصلهم لاتفاق وقف إطلاق النار، ولكن إحنا بنوجه رسالتنا للرئيس ترامب. اليوم أنت أنقذنا من خلال وقف إطلاق النار من القصف، ولكن إن إحنا بنطالبك وبنطالب العالم بأجمع من إنقاذنا من حماس الإرهابية.
Thanks for the ceasefire, but we demand that you save us from Hamas. But Trump likes Hamas. This is what people aren't fucking understanding. This is what these rival gangs are also like not understanding. You know?
A week before the ceasefire, Hamas carried out a raid targeting the Mujahideen clan in Khan Yunis. Al-Assad's forces came to the rescue, and then an Israeli drone joined in. Israeli intelligence sees Gaza's armed clans and the new militia as an alternative to Hamas.
Nobody blames Israel for inventing the clans. The clans are they reflect the reality in Gaza. And
Brigadier General Yossi Kupawasa, former Chief Intelligence Officer, Israel Defense Forces. No one blames Israel for developing these clans. Yeah, they do.
It makes much more sense to establish some sort of governance that goes along with the reality on the ground.
Yes, but the reality on the ground is that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians support the governance of Hamas and they love the fucking resistance fighters. Like, you are taking the piss, dude. They were overwhelmingly elected in democratic elections.
I think we should take advantage of that, not fight against it.
After emerging from their tunnels 2 weeks ago, Hamas posted armed police on the street.
Right, and it's so funny that they say that they emerged from their tunnels. Because Hamas and Al-Qassam, all the other brigades, the resistance fighters, all the different organizations of different resistance fighters that have united, in this, put aside their political differences, they all want one thing, which is the liberation of Gaza, the liberation of Palestine, right? And they all fought together against the IOF. We've watched it as it's been happening over the last, fucking 6 months that I've been back streaming. And then even before my break, I was covering bits like this. They have had this unified force where they've come together, they've fought, and they've done all this stuff, and they've managed all these mad operations that include overground operations. They even moved settler prisoners of war amongst protest crowds, right? So there were protests to say end the war and stuff like that, and Al-Qassam moved the hostages, that's how they're colloquially known, but they're prisoners of war. They moved the hostages through those protest crowds, undetected, completely undetected. You know?
Streets. Some might say they're restoring law and order.
Some might say they're restoring law and order. Yes, they are, though. That's what they are doing. God, I hate the way that she fucking said that.
Men they accuse.
Whoa, they're not gonna fucking show this, are they? I don't think they do show them actually shooting them. I think it's fine.
Aid or collaborating with Israel. Many were members of Gaza's traditional clans, and some are close to Fatah, which runs the Palestinian Authority.
Right now, look. Look at this fucking crowd, man. Do you think in any way, if these people did not think that this was a good thing that needed to happen, all of these people will be looking at these guys and be going, yes, they stole food from us during a genocide. Yes, they stole medicine from us during a genocide. Yes, we saw them collaborating with the IOF. They were shaking hands with the IOF. We saw it happen, right? Every single one of these people is going to know that. These are all just Palestinians who are on the ground in Gaza. If they didn't like what was happening, they'd be like, yo, stop, let's not do this. It's just crazy the way that they're presenting it.
West Bank. In other words, they executed their political enemies.
No, they didn't execute their political enemies. They executed people who had fucking literally contributed to the starvation of Palestinians during a genocide. Yes, what does she think Yugoslav partisans did with Nazi collaborators after the war? They should probably fucking would have framed it in the same way, right? Whoa! Oh, okay, they didn't show it. Jesus Christ.
When you look at what's happening in Gaza now, we have seen these clashes between Al-Mujahideen, Abu Shabaab, and Hamas. Are you worried about civil war in Gaza?
Yes, we can't judge a people resisting and dealing with collaborators from our places of privilege. More Westerners need to understand that, absolutely. And that's the sickening reality of what Channel 4 is doing here, and they are saying, you should judge these people who are under desperate fucking times. They're in desperate times.
بالتأكيد قلق إذا استمرت حماس في هذا.
Right, so, you know, Palestinian Authority are also collaborators. Mahmoud Abbas is a traitor. If you speak to any Palestinians, even in the West Bank where the Palestinian Authority are in charge, right, they all hate them. So this guy is also a collaborator, so we cannot trust his word. Like, do you think, like, from what you know of Israel, if you're questioning what I'm saying here, by the way, do you think that Israel, as you know them, as we all know them, over the last 2 years, would allow a guy like this, who is dressed in this military regalia with a Palestinian flag and all that shit on his fucking clothes, do you think that they would allow him to exist and be what he is and allow that government to exist if they didn't collaborate with them? If they truly supported Palestinian liberation? No is the answer to that.
هذا يؤسس لحرب أهلية واقتتال داخلي.
And look what he's saying. He's like, oh, it's going to lead to civil war and infighting. Yes, of course you'd say that, because everyone fucking hates you.
من ذلك لأنه حتى الآن لم تصدر أي إشارات حقيقية وجدية من حركة حماس بأنها ستتوقف عن هذا السلوك.
In the meantime, you have fun as best you can. Yesterday, Yasser Abu Shabab posted on his clan militia Facebook page this video of himself doing donuts.
Are you joking me? Channel 4 is actively glazing Yasser Abu Shabab. In the meantime, you have fun in any way that you can. Bro, this guy has stolen aid, has disrupted any kind of support for the Palestinian people in Gaza, has killed Palestinians in Gaza, has collaborated with the IOF. What are you talking about?
Presumably in the Israeli-controlled area where he operates. He posted a message from an allied group.
نحذر أي عسكري يتبع لحركة حماس الإرهابية من الاقتراب من مناطق سيطرتنا.
It's so funny that, like, these guys are calling themselves the People's Army, right? Because they're not popular amongst the people, and there is already a group called the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, who are overwhelmingly more popular than these guys. Weird how she'd never describe Israel's slaughter as killing their political enemies. Correct, Middle-earth Marxist, yes.
Today, the US Vice President J.D. Vance met...
Bro, what the fuck is this? Bro, what the fuck is this? I am Israeli and this is my art.
Today, the US Vice...
What?
President J.D. Vance met Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem.
So let's see him.
They're negotiating the makeup of an international stabilization.
Oh, this is like a joke, man. This is just like such a joke.
Force for Gaza.
It's actually like a fever dream, you're right.
Body. Local militia and clan leaders are likely to be involved. Even
what the this image is so insane. Fucking nightmare blunt rotation. Absolute nightmare. Like, this is the kind of thing that you see in a horror game. Do you know what I mean? Hey, lesbian hot sauce, what's going on? Hey, listen, the past couple of times that you've been in my stream, I've just not known at all that you're a streamer. So everybody, please go and follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. I was watching some of her streams like a week or so ago. Very good streamer. Enjoy. Please go support. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Are likely to be involved. Even though some, like the dog mush seen here recently clashing with Hamas, have previously been associated with Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, Resident Evil 7
designated
vibes.
by the Americans as terrorists.
They can be heads of districts. Definitely the head of the district of Sabra, for example, can come from the Durmush family, and even though they are not...
Bro, I don't want to hear an ex-Mossad intelligence guy talk about Sabra. Do you know what I mean?
That is so much close to Fatah, but they are not Hamas. And,
But they have been involved in
Hamas.
kidnapping.
There are some people who are not involved in any of these kind of things, but many of the Gazans were living out of crime and...
Yeah, for real. Absolute 2025 vibes.
What will rise from the ruins of Gaza? Some see in the rubble exciting investment opportunities for construction companies.
God, it's just so fun, isn't it, to just like speculate. What will rise from the ruins of Gaza?
Others dream of stability. And Hamas's internal enemies, backed by Israel, are preparing for revenge.
Lindsay Hilson there. Well, earlier I spoke to Hannah Nashrawi, former spokesperson for the Palestine Liberation Organization. I asked her if the reason the US hadn't set a deadline for Hamas to disarm was because of the risk of both sides walking away from the peace deal.
The thing is that Hamas...
What are you talking about? What do you mean? Is Hamas not disarming? Because if they do disarm, then both sides will walk away from the peace deal. What are you talking about, man? What the fuck? What is happening? What do you mean, man? It's so insane. Did you see the shit go down with a Nazi tattoo as well? Yeah, the Graham Plattner guy. He's polling extremely high. Yeah, but isn't that because the person that he's polling against is like worse policy-wise? I know that he's obviously a fucking psycho and we shouldn't support him, but like, I don't know. Is the Nazi? Listen, I don't know enough about this stuff, right? I don't know enough about this stuff. So please correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I'm British in it, you know what I mean? So I'm not in the States. I know a bit about States local stuff. But like everything that I've heard about him is that like he's really good policy wise. But everyone just kind of like found out he had a Nazi tattoo like the other day, and then he like immediately got it covered up. I think like normal people will just be like, oh, that's fine. He didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo and he got it covered up. Like that'll work for like your average Joe who's not online, innit? Do you know what I mean? That's probably why that is. It's Maine as well, right? Like Maine is not like, how could I put this? It's pretty white, right? Like Maine is pretty white. So many red flags. Yeah. No, his defense of the Nazi shit was awful. I mean, just the whole stuff. Like, I went to Abu Ghraib, all this stuff. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. American election really do be between child murderer with Nazi tattoo and an even worse psycho. Yeah, hi banker. Hey, Electro Bubble, welcome in. We're doing daily dose of mainstream media brain rot. Yeah. Yeah, Maine is very white. Yeah, white as fuck. They're trying to make out he just accidentally had a Nazi tat when he volunteered to go to Iraq. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just crazy. Graham Shitner, right?
Hamas has repeatedly stated that it is...
Normies just aren't going to know that stuff. That's the sad reality. Normies are either going to know that stuff and just be like, oh, his explanation is fine. And that's going to be it. And you know, it's kind of like Reform in the UK, right? Reform are polling good in the UK because there is no popular opposition. But now that Zack Polanski and the Greens are about, they're polling a tiny bit worse. They seem to be losing some numbers in the polls, and the Greens are gaining some, and certainly Labour are losing some. So I think it's a similar kind of thing, right? What do the people of Maine have? You know, they just don't have anything. There's no prospects. So there might be those polls as well. You've always got to be careful with those polls because they love to report like 77% of people said that they would vote for Graham Plattner. And it's like, well, there's probably going to be a bunch of people in that poll who said that they weren't going to vote at all, right? Yeah, and it's the primary, right? It's like the Democratic primary for Senate, for the Senate or some shit. That's the one that he's running for. So, yeah, you know. Healthcare is great. I'm sure the Nazis will manage it really well. Healthcare, but for whites. Right? Those polls do get bandwagoned. Yeah. It's that. I'm so certain. I am so certain that in the USA, there is an extremely similar thing playing out, which is that, yes, some of the worst people are polling really high because they have no alternative. And I think that you only have to look at like Zoran Mamdani, for example, who is like, yep, a social democrat, but he has good basic social safety net policies. Maybe he'll renege on those policies, but he's overwhelmingly popular. Like, there's no way that Cuomo is coming anywhere close to his vote share. There's no way that, obviously, Sliwa is just like a joke, but that's another story. He's my goat. I love him to bits. Obviously, I don't, but, you know, it's just a meme. He's just a crazy guy. But yeah, like, you know, Zoran is indicative of what like the broader US population would want, right? It's what the broader population of the US would want. Oh, we're struggling with our rent freeze. Oh, we're struggling with our food prices, Oh, state-owned grocery stores. You know, like, these are just like really basic things, and most Americans want that, but there's just no opposition because everyone is just being told again and again and again, these policies aren't popular, it's dream thinking, no one wants it, blah, blah, blah. And that's the Democrats, right? The Democrats is just like completely... that's their whole thing. It's exactly like Labour in the UK. Oh, we need to have sensible politics. Just sensible politics. Yes, better to have a social democrat who might potentially stab you in the back than a neoliberal will do it to your face. I mean, the neolibs would stab you in the back. The neolibs would stab you in the back. And a social democrat will also stab you in the back, but like not as many times. You might get stabbed in the back 9 times, Julius Caesar style, by the neolibs. But social democrat might do it once. I don't know. You have to see, don't you? But again, it's not really. Again, we're not electoral politics pilled here in this stream, and I think that you know, obviously, again, the reason that I'm talking about Polanski and Mamdani in this way is because yes, these politicians are a vehicle for social change. It makes people go, oh, this stuff is popular. Oh shit, well the politicians aren't giving it us. How do we get it? We organize. You want rent freeze? Join a tenants union. You want better wages? Join a trade union. You want to actually build worker power? Start having assemblies in your local town and city, right? Anyway, let's get back to this.
Committed that it is entering this in good faith, that it will commit, it will carry out its commitments and its obligations very faithfully. That it's trying. But the irony, and it's really a supreme irony, is that Israel is not allowing in the machinery, the heavy equipment that is needed in order to dig up not just the 10 or 15 dead Israeli soldiers, but, as I said, the 10,000 Palestinians under the rubble. So Israel refuses to allow in all this machinery that is needed. Israel has been in control of that area and has really dug up all sorts.
So what's crazy about this is that even though the fucking Channel 4 report on this has been super shit so far and biased against Hamas, they're actually being way more neutral than the BBC. There's definitely more than 10,000 people under the rubble, that's for sure, without a shadow of a doubt. I think that the health ministry has been reporting what they know, of 100,000 people under the rubble. So it will probably be even more than that, right?
Of cemeteries and destroyed everything standing. And then they expect them to come up with the bodies instantly. So it's the Americans who looked at the ground, knew that this was a very flimsy excuse to continue the bombing and to refuse to enter, to open up the crossing points to allow food and medicines and water and supplies to come in.
The Vice President was also asked about future governance and said he didn't quite know how it would play out, that he was flexible. How do you see future governance operating in Gaza? Because that is critical, isn't it, to move this forward?
Palestinians have agreed for some time now to have an international protection force sent maybe by the UN and so on, not to govern, but to help in this transition, to end the violence and to help in the restructuring and so on of Gaza, and to end the assaults on the West Bank as well. You cannot separate the West Bank from Gaza.
Yeah.
So there are different ways, but the only real...
That's how you know she's a PLO vet. The West Bank and Gaza are not separate. Yes!
workable way is to enable
from the river
Palestinians
to the sea.
run their own lives, to exercise their right to self-determination without having any kind of, white man's burden or a colonial intervention or an investment.
She's so good.
And so on.
So I take it you're not keen on Tony Blair coming in to run.
What a fucking stupid question. What the fuck do you think? You've answered your own question. You're not even listening to it. So I take it you're not keen on Tony Blair. Yeah, like, are you keen on eating shit? Do you like the taste of shit? Like, what are you talking about, man?
I think you're going to have a very hard time finding a single Palestinian, Arab, Muslim, or have any confidence in, to be polite, in Tony Blair.
Yes, she's being polite. She's like, to be polite, everyone wants him to die, right?
We know where his interests lie. We know where his investments are. We know what he did.
I wouldn't trust Tony Blair to run a bath.
War, and he's seen as a war criminal. That's also what he did when he was the quartet envoy, and the way in which people like that line their pockets, using other people's misery. So we don't want that.
Yeah, legend.
And I'm being very polite.
I'm very interested in the optimism, the gentle optimism, if I may describe it as that you feel about President Trump. I mean, do you have faith in him in a way that you didn't have in previous American leaders?
Trump's self-interest is that he wants to be seen as somebody who made peace. Now,
exactly. This is exactly what I've been saying, right? She's confirmed it. She's confirmed it. Like, I guarantee it, chat. She's gonna say She's gonna say something very similar to what I've been saying.
He has misconceptions about peace. He thinks that this is a 3,000-year-old conflict, and we have to keep reminding him Israel was created in 1948, that it was Palestine all these years. He thinks that this is a peace treaty, and all the Arabs are. It's not a peace treaty. It's a very modest beginning. And it is not an investment in that you want to have resorts on the Mediterranean and Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
There are 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza. There are 3 million Palestinians in the West Bank. We need to reconnect. We need to have the right to self-determination and to freedom.
When we last spoke to you, which is 2 years...
Okay, I think that they cut off some of the more based things that she was saying. But again, she's repeating the same thing, which is this is exactly what Hamas will have thought. They will have gone, yes, his self-interest, he wants this to be an ego project. He's going to come in, he's going to fuck things up for Israel, he's going to really piss them off, and it's all going to be to please his new Arab leader friends, his dictators like Sisi that he loves, etc., etc. It's just clearly that, and again, this has been a huge diplomatic dub for Hamas. They were like, yeah, man, this is exactly the way that we play this. What are we going to do? We're going to cause a crisis for Israel, We're going to allow ourselves some breathing space to rebuild, to honor our martyrs, to get some food, hopefully, for our people, and use this international defense force to our advantage, because we are only going to keep a distance from them. But Israel won't. We know that Israel won't, right?
Go now. You laughed at the idea of Hamas being removed, yet that is exactly part of this deal. Presumably.
No, but it's not, lady. Come on, like. Oh, it's just the fucking, like, it's the party line, it's the empire line, it's like, it's part of the deal that Hamas are going to be removed. No one has agreed to that yet. None of that has been agreed to. It's all still being negotiated. Like, you don't understand. Trump didn't just, like, present a 21-point plan. The fucking Arab leaders were all part of this as well. They laid this out, and Hamas were like, yeah, we like number 2, 3, 4, 7, 18, right? But all these other things, we got to talk about it. And Trump was like, that sounds good. Let's fucking do it. Yeah? He just went in. He was like, yep, this is happening. But all this other stuff needs to be negotiated.
You don't laugh at that idea anymore.
What's the Channel 4 lady's name? Make a note for the Hague trials. I don't know.
Hamas. I told you last time, Hamas is not just a military group. Hamas has a political party, as I told you, has a women's organization, student organization, youth. Hamas has an ideology. And so if you want to kill them, I mean, they've already killed many of them.
This is so good. This is exactly what I've been saying this whole fucking time. It's the elected government. They are not just an elected government. They have, like, fucking, we talk about doing the revolution. We talk about Soviets, right? We talk about fucking people's assemblies and shit. That's what Hamas have. They have that all across Gaza. It's like, okay, how do we run Khan Yunis? We have the assembly. We fucking send delegates, yada, yada, yada. It's like...
But they're within the political fabric. They're within the social fabric. So removed what? Removed from running Gaza? Hamas openly said they don't want to run Gaza, that they will accept a system of governance based on a national unity agreement of independent national professional figures.
It is part of the deal that Hamas have to essentially disappear.
It's part of the deal.
Are you suggesting that they are reinvented in a different form?
I'm sure Israel will, I'm sure Hamas will reinvent itself in many ways because it has to. This experience is a horrific experience. And it is of such tragic proportions that everybody has to draw conclusions as to where we move from here, where we go next. But to pick up Hamas and blame it and say disappear, it's not going to happen.
Hanan Ashrawi, thank you so much.
Every single one of these fucking journalists are fucking scum. Journalistic malpractice. Hey brother, remember what Hamas actually means? What does Hamas actually mean? What am I missing? What am I missing here? Okay, no plans for British troops in Gaza, says the Foreign Secretary of the UK 13 days ago. So this is a minute long. Yeah. This is a minute long. Little snippet from BBC News regarding the ceasefire, where they were questioning Yvette Cooper whether British troops would be on the ground in Gaza.
Has there been any discussion of European or British troops, military, involved in this ceasefire plan?
That's not our plan. There's no plans to do that. But there is an immediate proposal for the US to lead what is effectively like a monitoring process to make sure that this happens on the ground, to oversee the process with hostage release and also making sure that this first stage is implemented, getting the aid in place. But they have also made very clear that they expect the troops on the ground to be provided by neighbouring states. And that is something that we do expect to happen. And there are those international discussions about some of those neighbouring countries and others contributing to this international security force, this stabilisation force, to make sure that peace can be implemented.
Yeah. And then literally today, British troops arrive in Israel to oversee volatile ceasefire. Oh! 2 weeks ago, nah. But then today, yeah. What are you on about? Islamic resistance movement, abbreviated Hamas. While people in Gaza want to resist IDF oppression, Hamas will always be remembered there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, correct. Yvette Cooper telling lies? What? That can't be right. We said we wouldn't send them to Palestine. They're going to Israel.
Let's now shift our focus to West Asia, where British troops have joined a US-led multinational task force to oversee the fragile ceasefire in Gaza, a move that signals growing Western involvement in shaping post-war Gaza. The British Ministry of
What a fucking redundant phrase. A growing Western involvement in Gaza. Like, come on, man. Israel is the West in Gaza, you know?
has confirmed that a limited number of its planning officers are now deployed in Israel.
I love that they're showing this, like, this is one of the planes, right, that got sabotaged at Brize Norton? Or maybe it wasn't. It's a drone. I know that this is a drone, but, like, no, it's not, because the plane that they sabotaged at Brize Norton had windows in it, and it was probably manned by troops. So yeah, but I know that the British have been sending drones to like do spying and shit like that for sure.
Officials say the British officers are not entering Gaza itself and will operate
it's a Reaper drone,
from Israel. On the diplomatic front,
it's not like Europe and America weren't heavily involved in genocide,
Prime Minister. Early today, Vance acknowledged, in fact,
is that
the
picture again?
challenge of disarming Hamas, calling it one of the toughest parts of US President Donald Trump's new Gaza plan.
JD Vance is like, it's going to be really hard to disarm Hamas, man. I don't know how well that's going to go.
We're very excited to sit down and work together on the Gaza peace plan.
Look at his face. Look at the way he's monitoring everything he's fucking saying. He's seriously monitoring every single thing he's saying. This is crazy.
Very tough task ahead of us, which is to disarm Hamas.
Oh,
JD
okay.
said Washington's immediate goal is to help rebuild Gaza while guaranteeing Israel's security.
I think he does know he's cooked. I think he does know. I think he's like, what the fuck do we do now? We're not going to be able to slaughter Palestinians en masse. Again, it's everything that I was saying before. He knows that the settlers are going to be like, why are we not murdering Palestinians? Why is the US stopping us from murdering Palestinians? I thought the US wanted us to murder Palestinians. What are you talking about? What's happening? Why can't we just murder Palestinians? Why aren't we allowed to annex the West Bank? Why aren't we allowed to bomb Gaza anymore, right? It's going to be that kind of a fucking shit. Like, that's what he's got to deal with in terms of, like, the Israeli population. There's going to be riots. It's going to be like the fucking rape riots last year. Or was that earlier this year? I can't even remember. But, like, you know, they were told that they weren't allowed to rape Palestinian prisoners. And they were just like, we've got to have a riot to say that they're allowed to do that.
Who rejected claims that Israel has become dependent on Washington. An alliance of partners. JD Vance echoed that sentiment.
Netanyahu was like, nah, we're not reliant on Washington. Yes, you are. You would fall apart. You would fall apart, you fucking piece of shit.
Insisting that America seeks a partner in Israel, not a subordinate state. Earlier in the day, Israel confirmed the recovery of 2 more hostage bodies from Gaza. And that brings the total number of returned deceased hostages to 15 since the ceasefire started on October 10. In fact, JD Vance also made it clear that the United States has no intention of sending troops into Gaza. Any foreign deployment on Israeli soil, he said, would require full approval from Israel. In fact, the U.S. Vice President expressed optimism, describing the ceasefire as holding better than expected. According to the Israeli government, the U.S. Secretary of State will be visiting Israel from Thursday. And during his visit to Israel's southern city of Kiryat Gat, J.D. Vance praised the progress made since the ceasefire took effect.
We've seen the past week gives me great optimism the ceasefire is going to hold. And if we get from where we were a week ago to a long-term, durable peace between Israel and Gaza, there are going to be hills and valleys. There are going to be moments where it looks like things aren't going particularly well. But given that, and given the history of conflict, I think that everybody should be proud of where we are today.
Outside the U.S. Embassy, families of the deceased hostages staged a peaceful demonstration.
Oh my God, it's just so fucking embarrassing, man.
Continued American pressure to recover the bodies.
Bring them home! Bring them home!
No one cares, dude. Shut up. Oh my God, how much of this do we have to watch?
In West Bank, Israeli settlers reportedly attacked Palestinian olive farmers.
Oh my God, are they going to show this? I can't believe they're going to... Are they going to show this video? I don't know if they're going to show it.
Near the town of Turmos.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Masked men could be reported.
Oh, whoa! I can't fucking show that. What are you doing?
Chasing harvesters through olive groves. One man striking at least 2 people with a club, including a woman seen lying motionless on the ground. Palestinian officials saying this is not an isolated incident.
No, of course it's not a fucking isolated incident.
More than 150 assaults since the beginning of the season, and we are talking about the first week of the olive picking season. More than 40 thefts of olive fruits and picking tools have occurred throughout the West Bank. More than 700 olive trees, and I am speaking since the beginning of the season, have been uprooted, broken, and poisoned, all concentrated in the Hebron, Ramallah, Jenin, and Jordan Valley areas.
As the mediators, in fact, talk about peace and Gaza's reconstruction, the reality on the ground remains fragile. The ceasefire may be holding for now, but its survival depends on rebuilding not just Gaza, but perhaps faith in peace itself.
Okay, interesting point there from World is One Network. Let's take a little... Is this really 19 minutes of this? Okay, we're not going to listen to that. That's too long. So a little bit more about the UK involvement in Gaza, not just the involvement in terms of what it's doing now with the peace plan, but also in its participatory nature of the genocide itself. Let's hear what UK journalist Gemma Fort has to say.
People going, why aren't people celebrating the ceasefire? How can you celebrate after 2 years of what we've seen? You can't. And it is incredibly fragile. And the rhetoric that I've seen from the likes of Smotrich and Gavir, which is just, let's finish it off, let's carry on. This is real estate. Let's get in there and finish killing them. And it's really hard because Labour have been complicit by providing weapons. And I really think that for Starmer and the Labour Party, it's their Iraq. I think it's whatever your party does now, there will be many, many, many people who feel like me. I could never vote for your party with Starmer as a leader.
Yep, ain't no way. I could never vote for fucking Labour. Are you joking? They would have to have a serious upheaval. A serious fucking upheaval for me to even think about it. So that was a clip from this debate that was on Ian Dale on LBC. Let's watch.
Yarmouth. Do you approve of British troops being sent to Gaza? Now, the Defence Secretary, John Healey, has revealed this evening that a senior commander and a small number of armed forces personnel have been sent to Israel to be part of an international coalition monitoring the ceasefire in Gaza after a request from Trump's government. Forces from Egypt, Qatar, Turkey and the UAE, along with the US itself, will be involved, though Vice President J.D. Vance has confirmed that American forces will not enter Gaza at any point, but presumably British forces will. Well, there we go. Calvin, I think we should start with you on this one.
Thank you. Well, this is the difficult thing. Like, we have arrived at the very difficult.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Monkey Sputum.
That,
and even then, I would only be thinking about it.
Peace isn't quite as we always perceive it, because there is a danger that peace has to genuinely be agreed by both sides, and peacekeeping forces have to be invited in. So you cannot have a situation where peace enforcement is a thing. You uphold a peace, you can't impose it. So
yeah, that's mad, dude. So the government are doing that thing that you said.
So if there are armed people that you consider to be terrorists in that in that place, then that is not a place that we invite our soldiers. What I should imagine has been requested is that we use our military planning expertise, and we use the leadership that our military.
Stop running fucking defence for the fucking government. Holy shit.
A broader coalition that is invited in to support and sustain the peace that we hope will persist in Gaza.
But in the end, it isn't a peacekeeping force if it doesn't enter the territory, surely.
Well, it's peacekeeping. There is a peacekeeping force sat in Whitehall called the Ministry of Defence. So a peacekeeping force has a multiplicity of layers. So you will provide some things to that force. They might just.
He's just chatting rubbish.
Not be the soldiers wearing blue berets on the ground with weapons. So it's important that we contribute to these things, because we are a global leader in this regard, and it's important that we offer our experience. But what we won't do, and I'm sure won't be the case, is put people in harm's way.
Okay, Gemma.
Absolute fucking sheer speculation, mate. Sheer speculation from Labour MP Calvin, whatever the fuck his name is. I've literally never seen that guy in my entire life before. It's like another fucking Labour MP that was parachuted in somewhere and fucking whatever.
I saw on Instagram yesterday, like my feed is full of it, and there were 11 Palestinians killed in a van. Apparently they'd crossed a yellow line. Seemed very chaotic. It's very difficult, I think, for anybody to know where this yellow line is supposed to be. There were lots of children in it. There was a woman wailing because her child, she couldn't recognise whether it was her son or her daughter. It was another really harrowing thing to witness that nobody.
Hey, that vegan, you know, how long a British commentator is going to keep saying, we're global leaders? Yeah, exactly. Doesn't match reality.
Thousands and thousands of things like this. And I think that's the reason people are going, why aren't people celebrating the ceasefire? How can you celebrate after 2 years of what we've seen? You can't. And it is incredibly fragile. And the rhetoric that I've seen from the likes of Smotrich and Gavir, which is just, let's finish it off, let's carry on. This is real estate. Let's get in there and finish killing them. And it's really hard because Labour have been complicit by providing weapons. And I really think that
with his fucking arms folded like
the
that.
Labour Party, it's their Iraq. I think it's.
So this is the clip that we just saw.
Your party does now. There will be many, many, many people who feel like me. I could never vote for your party with Starmer as a leader.
Would you not also say, though, I mean, you've mentioned that bus, and I've seen those pictures too.
Yeah, I think there's 2 Israeli soldiers. I read about that.
But there's also Hamas fighters who are killing collaborators.
Now, yes, what I will say is a lot of that, and on either side, there seems to be a lot of propaganda. All I know.
Yeah, but you're just talking about the
yes,
anti-Israeli
so of course,
propaganda, aren't you?
Anybody being killed. Anybody killed is vile. I'm a peace-loving person. This isn't about sides. However, in my view, this idea that you exterminate everybody in Gaza and you therefore get rid of Hamas is for the birds.
Well,
because I think, that's what Israel have been saying. Yeah, who are in the Israeli government. And I feel like the things that children and people have witnessed and suffered, you are going to, unfortunately, in the long term, radicalise people. It's very frightening.
Rachel.
So when I was a minister, we had to go.
Oh my God, it's her. She's the housing minister. Oh! I met this lady in Parliament, chat. I met this lady in Westminster when we were GMTU, the tenants union, and a bunch of other tenants unions went down to fucking Westminster as part of a lobbying day to lobby the government to complete their abolishing of Section 21 in the Renters Reform Bill, right? And obviously now that's morphed into the Renters' Rights Bill under Labour. She was the housing minister at the time, or the minister for housing, or whatever the title was, and it was so funny because she was joking and saying like, oh, you know, the housing minister role is kind of a joke because there's so many people who go in and out of it, but I'm determined to stay in the role for as long as humanly possible. And the reason that housing ministers were, kept going in and out of the role is because they're all fucking corrupt and they're all fucking landlords, and they kept getting lobbied by like us in the Renters Reform Coalition. But you would not believe how many boos this lady got when she was on stage at the fucking lobbying event, and we were like, asking questions to her, just like, hey, we've been waiting for this bill to be sorted. You've not even got a white paper for it. So when's that going to happen? And she was like, well, it's really long, and that's what days like this are for, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, we've already consulted you. Blah, blah. Anyway, she's a fucking total piece of shit, standard politician, absolute garbage housing minister, complete knobhead. I cannot believe that she's weighing in on a subject like this. What is this fucking panel, LBC?
I attend COBRA quite often, which is the kind of government security. I don't know if anybody else has.
I have.
Oh, she's a baroness
so
now.
Know that you
Brilliant.
From the heads of the armed forces, and they actually come and they brief you, and they say this is.
She wasn't a fucking baroness when we met her.
This is something that's completely classified. Nobody else can know about it. These are.
He is so quick to defend the status quo. Standard LBC presenter.
The decision is then made in the room.
Like leading Britain's conversation, but really it's just leading Britain's establishment's conversation. That's all it is.
And then
the only progressive person who is on LBC is what's her name? I can't remember. Rebecca or something? Rebecca? I can't remember. It's always landlords trying to be housing ministers, yeah. Baroness of being a fucking mug, exactly. Sorry, that was rather savage of me. No, it wasn't. What are you on about?
Did he go and do it?
She got a peerage in December. We met her in fucking like... When was it? So that's a year after she resigned as housing minister. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Here you go. Have a title for doing nothing.
My view always was that these were highly experienced professionals. And if they were briefing ministers and they said there needs to be an operation, we need to protect the peace of our allies or
I think that was rather
obviously,
tame
as
electro bubble.
We needed to respect that. And I had the utmost respect for members of the armed services that I worked with during my tenure. I was
right, well, that's embarrassing.
Minister. I don't have a deep expertise in defence matters at all, or foreign affairs.
So why are you talking about it then? Why did they get you on to talk about it? It's so stupid. She's like, I'm an experienced... But this is what she's like. This is exactly what she's like. When she was in the housing minister role, she was like, I'm not used to this role. Krill, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Nicholas. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your remotes. This is exactly what she was like. During her fucking time as housing minister, she was like, I've never been a housing minister before, but I'm going to do my best. And it's like, what? What?
But my default view was, these are the people whose job it is to protect our national security and keep our...
Oh, she was sacked
at home and abroad.
Oh, that's funny. I thought she resigned.
Was
she not forced? Was she not forced to resign? I feel like she was forced to resign. Was she actually just sacked? That's so funny. She's just like a failed daughter. You know what I mean?
That way, which
it's like failed upwards her entire life. Just not good at anything.
Then it's right that we support them. Of course, we recognise that they're going into a very dangerous situation, but that's what they do. That's what they sign up to do. That.
Her whole bit just then was like, we should just support the troops. She was dismissed from the government. That's mad. Yeah, sacked into being a baroness. Like, what the fuck?
Liam. Well, the briefing alongside Defence Secretary John Healey's words today is that British troops won't be operating inside the Gaza Strip. But then again, on the other hand, it wasn't much more than a week ago that Yvette Cooper was saying that we wouldn't be deploying at all.
Right.
There were no plans for us to be deploying at all.
How can we trust anything the fucking Labour government says when they just lie all the time? When Lisa Nandy, the fucking Secretary of Culture, is there in the fucking Houses of Parliament being like, we haven't banned any away fans from teams from coming to games in the last 10 years. And we've literally done it 3 times.
So it's clearly a fast-moving situation. Look, in an ideal world, we wouldn't be where we are, and I totally understand the emotions stirred by this issue on both sides, and there are ongoing extremists operating on both sides trying to break the ceasefire. I think you have to hand it, without wishing to be Panglossian in any way, over optimistic, you have to hand it to Donald Trump that at least some progress has been made. We can all roll our eyes on that, but fair-minded people on a humanitarian level have to be grateful that at least some progress towards some kind of ceasefire has been made.
He could have pulled the plug.
If I could just finish, thank you.
She's right. He could have pulled the fucking plug ages ago.
Obviously, it's going to be very, very difficult as.
No, I don't know if we do like this guy.
Because there are vested interests on both sides who want this war to continue. War is an industry. War is, a lot of people's careers, and that's a really, really unfortunate thing. But that's the reality.
This is, bro. It's so unfortunate that war is a lot of people's careers, but that's the reality.
In general, I think you have to be realistic about this. The UK does maintain, still a very significant armed forces. It's much, much smaller than it was. I've got many friends in the armed forces who talk to me about this all the time. I was at the funeral of Charles Guthrie last week, former Chief Defence Staff. I know lots of people in the military, and I know we're upset.
Right, well, Nicholas there going, give it a second, Mule's going to tell us what's the thing. I can just tell you now, if this guy's got friends in the military, then yes, he's bad, and you should think that he's bad, and it sounds like he's bad. He's also an economist, and that kind of automatically makes him bad because it's a made-up job for a made-up thing.
Our military is denuded.
We did an economy. We did an economist at the start of the stream when we looked at the fucking... Well, it wasn't really at the start. It was about an hour in. But, when we looked at the AI bubble, we did an economist all together. We looked at the way the stock market is going,
That it has been, but it is still very significant. On the intelligence side, we are still world-class in many ways. And if the UK is going to be a responsible major world power...
Don't you get your financial advice from goat entrails like the rest of us? No, I get my financial advice from Gary's Economics.
Even though there are so many other calls on our budget, we do have to play a part in trying to bring about or monitor and in some kind of peace in the Middle East, given...
Any day now, he'll get the normies on side. Any day now, Gary's Economics is going to get the normies on side. It'll happen.
Given the massive ramifications beyond the on-the-ground humanitarian ramifications of ongoing conflict.
Trump could have pulled the plug whenever he wanted to. He always has had the power to do that. And if you saw that disgusting speech the other day where he was in Egypt talking to Netanyahu, smirking, and he told him, yeah, you use the weapons really well. You use the weapons well. It turned my stomach. So I don't feel grateful to him for anything.
Yeah, good shout. Absolute legend. Some really disgusting men on that podcast. One horrible woman who just doesn't know what she's doing, and one normal person, one literally normal woman who's just like, yeah, cool. Everything that you've all said is insane. Anyway, right, so let's take a look at this. This is Drop Site News. Now, this is absolutely again, I don't want to say it, chat. I don't want to get like too hopeful about this whole thing because, as I've said earlier, this could be a really cynical, horrible thing that happens, and maybe the thing that Hamas obviously wants to happen isn't going to happen. Maybe the thing that we're all hoping happens doesn't happen, and maybe the coalition forces that are now in Israel are going to participate in the genocide and start to round up Gazans and put them in camps. I don't know if that's going to happen. I have full faith in the resistance that if they do that, they will resist it, and I imagine they will do it a damn sight, more interestingly than when they were just, sort of fighting the IOF forces, because these people will probably have some kind of better combat training or something. It will be pretty fucking difficult, and I hope that isn't the case, but it could very well be the case. But this is an absolutely insane thing to say. Trump says he's making a decision on Marwan Barghouti's release. Now, if you don't know who Marwan Barghouti is, Marwan Barghouti was arrested after the Second Intifada, and the whole reason that he has been in prison for such a long time is because Israel really saw him as a uniting figure of Palestinians. He's obviously been tortured in prison. He's had all kinds of horrible things happen. He's he doesn't get any kind of special treatment or anything just because people know his name. People have referred to him as the Nelson Mandela of Palestine. And Israel constantly says, no, he's not Nelson Mandela of Palestine. Nelson Mandela would never be so evil and do violence and stuff like that and participate in an intifada, where Nelson Mandela did explicitly participate in the intifada of South Africa. Now, the fact that Trump says he's making a decision on Marwan Barghouti's release is completely out of left field, right? Completely out of left field. This one completely stopped me in my tracks today. When I saw this, I was like, I've got to talk about this on stream. Asked by Time in an interview conducted on October the 15th whether Israel should free imprisoned Palestinian leader Marwan Barghouti, Trump said he had just been confronted with that question about 15 minutes earlier and was making a decision. Let's have a little look here. Barghouti, jailed since 2002, is seen as the most popular Palestinian figure capable of uniting factions behind a two-state solution. His son, Arab Barghouti, told PBS that Israel refuses to release him precisely because of that unifying power, urging Western governments to act. I'm asking myself, what are these Western leaders and Western governments waiting for? This is the man who could unify the Palestinian people for the political vision that you're asking for. So show that you're willing to take steps by calling for his release. He should do so immediately. Trump doesn't want to upset his bum chums. I don't think it's... He does have the authority electro bubble. He does. Again, like, I am surprised that there are still people who watch my stream who do not know this because I say it regularly. Israel is the attack dog of the empire. Israel does exactly what it is told by the USA. There is no reality where Joe Biden was on the phone and he was getting really frustrated with Benjamin Netanyahu because he just wouldn't stop bombing Palestinians and he's really hard to try and control. It's complete bullshit. It's complete bollocks. Israel would fall apart tomorrow if the USA stop funding it, stop doing anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, yes, Trump has the power to make Israel bend to his will. It's not even that difficult, right? And we can see this evidenced in the fact that they have not bombed Gaza in the last 2 days, right? So there's been no airstrikes on Gaza in the last 2 days, despite all the stuff that happened at the weekend. Trump has said no annexation of the West Bank is going to happen. And everyone has been really, really quiet about it since then. Bezalel Smotrich apologized, as we covered earlier on the stream today, for saying a racist thing about Saudi Arabia. Who is Saudi Arabia's best friend? It's Donald Trump. Mohammed bin Salman is Donald Trump's best friend. and Bezalel Smoke Trick made a racist comment about Saudis, and Donald Trump went, take that back immediately, and he did, right? So that is where we are up to. The US completely controls Israel. That is the fact of the matter. So Trump could absolutely call for the release of Marwan Barghouti. It would be completely insane if he did, but he could do it. And the fact that he's making a decision doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but it's crazy that this is even being entertained because of these kind of reasons, right? So let's have a little look here as well. Who do you think currently leads the Palestinians? This is what he's saying. They don't have a leader right now, at least a visible leader, and they don't really want to because every one of those leaders has been shot and killed. It's not a hot job, right? Now, this kind of talking, this kind of chat from Trump is kind of unprecedented when it comes to Palestinians, right? This is almost empathy with Palestinians, right? It's almost empathy with Palestinians, almost. It's not quite. If it was, things would be happening much faster. Things would be happening to Israel. It's not going to happen. And here he is being questioned about Marwan Barghouti. So, interesting. That's completely crazy. It's something that I guess we'll have to stay on top of. Do our due diligence in terms of actually, finding correct information about this and good reporting, reliable reporting. Dropsite News is a good journalistic outlet if you want to have some reliable information about this stuff. Speaking about unreliable commentators, we've got Times Radio here, but I wonder how this is going to go down. There's a 9-minute video here from Times Radio. Trump's Gaza peace plan lacks the teeth needed to end the Middle East conflict. Now, this is either going to be really, really bad or really, really good. It's hard to say with the Times, right? Because the Times are very, very critical of the Labour government, and sometimes that prejudice and that bias will lead them to make a correct statement. However, they could also completely side with Israel. So who fucking knows? I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick, chat. Use this opportunity to please, empty your own bowels, get a drink, have some time away from the PC. I know none of you are going to do that. Or put your phone down for a minute. I know none of you are going to do that. I will be back imminently. Stretch your legs if you can. I'll see you in a minute. Yeah, I'm back. I'm going the fuck outside. Hey, Morrigan, how are you doing? Welcome in. Don't tell me what to do. I'm going to pick up all the phones now out of spite. She's just like me for real. This soundtrack is like a PlayStation demo disc. It's literally Rylan Kirshenov 90s video game soundtracks that have drum and bass in, and most of the games that this guy gets his music from is from is from the PlayStation. I just put my boots on. Please piss slower. Piss slower? I already piss like a granddad. I don't know what you want. Don't let me stop you. You should still go outside and look at some stuff. All right, let's take a look at this interview real quick.
Rubin, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. Good evening to you, Joel.
Hey, good evening, Carol.
Really good to have you with us. So J.D. Vance has gone to join the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner there.
How big is this lady's head? How little? How little is this lady's head? Like, the pop shield is almost the same size as it. What is going on? She's so tiny. She's like a gnome. What's going on? Hey Mia, how's it going? This is crazy. Piss how you like. Yeah, exactly, Sterling. Yeah, exactly. It's a lapel mic. The mic can't be bigger than this one that I have here, right? She's like right up, like like she has got a little head. She has really got a little head. Okay, sorry, just wanted to point that out.
Talking to the Israelis, I mean, he did sound overall optimistic about the prospects of the ceasefire. Do you think that's justified?
Well, I thought it was a very refreshing press conference that the vice president gave, where he was very realistic and trying to put some teeth into a pretty soft agreement overall. Now, I'm a supporter of this agreement. I think it has already been successful, certainly in terms of stopping the bombing, getting the hostages out, and seeing more aid go in. But it doesn't have a lot of teeth about how it's going to follow on into the next phases. So
it's foreshortening? Wait, what?
Did a good job of laying that out. But that's where it gets dicey. Who's going to come and monitor? How are the signatories to the deal going to verify whether or not the commitments are being met? And of course, what is the punishment mechanism if the parties don't do what they committed to doing? So a lot more questions, but certainly I think the VP did lay out a very strong, practical set of goals in the near term to get this moving.
Let me just pick up on what he was saying there, because he was warning Hamas that they will be eradicated if they don't uphold the ceasefire. This is
like, just in case you don't know who this guy was, the Secretary of State for. He was the Secretary of State for Barack Obama and John Kerry. Just so you know. Yeah?
Exactly what President Trump was saying last night. I mean, is it clear whether this is just a general threat, or is it clear
during the time that obviously the US was bombing Syria
exactly what further pressure is being exerted here? Is it a threat to say to Israel, okay, well, you carry on, ceasefires off, and you can go back into a military offensive?
I think there are two messages happening right now. The first is the one that you just described, the threat message. That speaks to the domestic Israeli audience that is very nervous about this agreement, that is Prime Minister Netanyahu's base, is saying, look, if all else fails...
This is a key moment here, chat, right? This is a key moment. That is exactly what it is. Did you hear what he just said, right? The threat message that Trump is making, where it's like, if Hamas doesn't disarm, we're gonna get rid of them. Don't you worry, we're gonna beat the shit out of them. It's a message to the base of civilians in occupy Palestine, right, in so-called Israel. And it's because, as I said, every single one of those is going to be going, what the fuck is happening? Why can't we just murder all the Palestinians? Why is the fucking USA here? Why is this happening? This is crazy. What's going on? Because they've been lied to and brainwashed this entire time to be like, yeah, the entire world is like against us, but the USA loves us, right?
Israeli audience that is very nervous about this agreement, that is Prime Minister Netanyahu's base, is saying, look, if all else fails, you can go back in, or we will support you in going back in. So that keeps it calm, because there are a lot of hiccups in this.
Yeah, exactly. That vegan, yeah.
With what it agreed to entirely, and Israel and Hamas have exchanged fire and people have been killed. But the second audience is that he's telling the rest of the world,
Trump is Hamas.
As well, that if you don't get in the game and get involved and help us make this real, there will be a renewal of the war. I don't think President Trump wants to put American troops in harm's way, which means the Israeli military would be the one to do that, and it would mean that he would no longer push Netanyahu.
What the fuck is going on with his camera? What's happening with his camera?
Netanyahu's space to go back in. So these are the multiple messages.
He's got his camera on like a thing, and it's going
useful. It's valuable, but if we say we will do it, as the president said, that's going.
He's literally got his camera on his steering wheel. This is so crazy. Wait, no, that's the wrong side of the car, right? Unless it's mirrored on Zoom. Oh, it's so confusing.
We heard JD Vance also making it clear that there were not going to be any US boots on the ground inside Gaza. We're hearing tonight the Times reporting that some British forces have been sent to Israel at this stage to join some kind of embryonic force to try
he's in the
to
passenger
monitor
seat.
the ceasefire. I mean, is that simply in a role of trying to plan what happens next? Or is it your understanding that Britain has given the Americans a commitment that they could actually help to police the ceasefire?
Well, we've been saying here sort of building the airplane while it's flying. And I fear that may be a little bit of what we're witnessing right now. The vice president went out there.
I think he's right.
Essentially kick off this coordination committee that U.S. Central Command, which is our military command overseeing the Middle East forces, that U.S. Central Command would now be standing something up to monitor and verify this agreement. We need verification. There needs to be some independent arbiter to say that what it was agreed to is being followed through. But I worry about the agreement being so far ahead of the implementation of these monitoring mechanisms that we'll see gaps like we do. But to this point,
I wonder if he's got a driver in the other seat. It's his wife,
Britain, for example, that want a Palestinian state.
They were literally just going out to Home Depot. And he was like, "Oh, can we just pull over for a second? I just gotta do this interview with Times Radio in the UK." His wife's like, "Who?"
That voted for a Palestinian state in the United Nations. This is their moment to show they mean it. If they really want there to be a policy that the Palestinians do have a future that's politically autonomous,
it's his wife's boyfriend,
sovereignty, they need to get through this period. And that means that all countries who support Palestinian statehood should be supporting every independent mechanism possible, as well as the disarmament of Hamas to get to that end state. And so this is a real challenge as well.
He's in the cook passenger seat.
Yeah, one of our listeners, Adrian's got in touch to say we, the UK, should be proud to send UK armed forces to Israel, Gaza.
Yes, of course, one of your fucking listeners has got in touch to be like, the UK should be proud to send military anywhere because all I know is flag shagging and military. Yeah, shut up, man.
To monitor matters, just as we did in Bosnia, then Kosovo.
Oh, yeah, man.
Why are we being so limp-wristed about this proposition?
Why are we being so limp-wristed? AKA gay. That's what that Times listener has said. Why are we being so limp-wristed about this? Limp-wristed meaning gay. Cool, man. That's cool stuff.
But some of our other listeners are far more concerned about the prospect of British troops getting involved here.
Britain doesn't exactly have the best history over in Israel-Palestine historically. That's
crazy that he said that. That's a realistic assessment. British mandated Palestine. Palestinians do not like British military because A, they occupied Palestine for a long time after the fucking what was it, the Ottoman Empire, and also, most Palestinians know it is the British mandate which began so-called Israel.
The 47-48 period, and then, of course, the Suez War, not so far after, and all. But, you know, look, I think the Israelis will welcome it. I think the Palestinians and the international community will welcome it. I don't think they're going to be put in harm's way at this stage. They would likely sit somewhere outside of Gaza, maybe in Tel Aviv, which is a nice city, and they would be involved in the
I know, yes, we were already involved. We were flying planes for Israel.
Coordination, and that would add
fucking spy planes over Gaza
to this ceasefire agreement, which right now is really just paper, and it needs more operational support.
We're seeing that tonight Hamas has released the bodies of 2 more dead hostages from Gaza, but I mean the need to try to establish whoever is going to actually be involved in this multinational force on the ground, it is really urgent, isn't it? Because what we're seeing is Hamas essentially flexing its muscles inside Gaza. We saw the shootings.
Okay, chat, I just saw this pop up. Updated image of the destruction of the East Wing of the White House. He really, really did what Bin Laden could never do. Chat, that's wild. The way that he was talking about it, literally the other day, the way that he was talking about it, literally when we were watching him talk about it the other day, he was like, we're just going to add it on to the side or something. Or that's how it was being reported on in the news. And it's just like, no, the whole thing is gone. It's gone. What? The entire East Wing is gone? Oh, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's so funny. What? Where is it? It's gone. Bing bong, you're dead. It's called You're Dead. Right, let's crack on. Oh, that's so mad. That's so mad.
On the ground, we're hearing still of a huge amount of chaos. And if there's a vacuum like this, Israeli forces obviously have pulled back to the agreed so-called yellow line. A vacuum is a very dangerous thing, isn't it? I mean, there's a real urgent need to get some kind of stabilization.
Hey, Freund Blase, yeah, you're exaggerating. It's minor tapestry work. Yeah, true.
Real expertise at stealing the dreams of the future of the Palestinian people, and they've been doing it for decades.
Oh, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
Also on the ground.
Yeah, Carol, Hamas is a real expertise at stealing the dreams of the future of the Palestinian people, and they've been doing it for decades. And they're right now on the precipice of doing...
Brother, the dreams of the Palestinian people are intifada. Global intifada. That is the dreams of the Palestinian people. And that is what Hamas are trying to do all the time. You are a disgusting stooge of empire. You belong in The Hague, every single one of you. You fucking scum. You will suffer in the oblivion that awaits us in the afterlife. Fuck it, I'm a Catholic now. You're going to hell. You're going to hell. That's what it is, bro. You're going to suffer in hell.
Again, it's
for eternity.
Going back to the 90s when they blew up buses in Tel Aviv during the height of the Oslo peace process between Arafat and Rabin and then later Perez. So,
look, some Palestinians didn't want peace. They wanted intifada.
You know, Hamas is a spoiler. They blew up peace processes in the past. They jumped the fence in October of 2023 to undermine rapprochement between Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Buddy, it was nothing to do with Israel and Saudi Arabia. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? Al-Aqsa flood was literally to get hostages so that there could be a negotiation to release Palestinian prisoners who've been tortured for fucking years and years and years, one of whom is fucking Marwan Barghouti, who would literally unify the Palestinian Authority and Hamas, even though Hamas hates the fucking Palestinian Authority. What are you talking about? Israel blew up peace negotiators.
Did not offer peace. They offered war. They
Shut the fuck up,
now
man.
There's another chance for peace. So,
shut up, man.
Executing Palestinians inside Gaza because
whatever. I'm not listening to this fucking freak anymore. He was fucking part of blowing up Syria. I think that we've already. I think that this is a longer. This is a longer interview of what we watched earlier before, so I don't know if there's anything else that we're going to learn from listening to this again, but maybe we'll listen to it next week or something. Former Palestinian activist, Channel 4, she was the spokesperson for the PLO. You know, fucking Yasser Arafat? Oh my God. Anyway, so this was 4 days ago. TV interview shocks Israel over Gaza deal future. Won't disarm. War to start again in. Now, what you got to remember is this is the Hindustan Times. So this is going to absolutely be against Hamas in terms of it's going to be biased towards Israel, because I believe the Hindustan Times is a right-wing, Modi-supporting, horrific piece of shit, fascist news outlet. So the Hindutvas love Israel. What's funny about that is that Israel hates the Hindutvas because they're brown, right? And this is completely true. There is footage that you can find online of Hindutva guys going to Israel and being like, yeah, this is where we want to be, and they're getting spat on. Some of them get tortured. Some of them forced to prostrate themselves in front of Israeli settlers and all that shit. So that's the kind of reporting that's going to be on here. But this is a statement from a Hamas spokesperson. Hello, one who reads. Good to see you.
We suggested in some meetings with the Americans that we were prepared for a long-term truce that would be agreed upon, but we did not delve into this topic for one reason. The American, Arab, Islamic, and everyone else's focus was on stopping the war first, and then we could talk about periods of truce or ceasefire.
How long a ceasefire does Hamas want?
At least Hamas is prepared for a truce of 3 to 5 years.
You know, some might say that would give Hamas enough time to rearm and to reorganize and to begin to be ready to fight Israel again. Is that a goal?
The goal isn't to prepare for a future war. The goal is that we want a truce during which we can rebuild the Gaza Strip. Because the Gaza Strip needs at least 5 years to rebuild. I mean, I don't want to say more or less than that, but this is the average. We want the Palestinian people to catch their breath, and certainly during this period there is a willingness to discuss the future. The truce periods that always occur between the warring parties are given to two parties, not just one party.
But what is a guarantee that you will not rebuild underground tunnels to rearm and produce missiles?
Buddy, they don't need to rebuild anything. Are you dumb? Like, these people are so uninformed. They're like, oh, like, doesn't that mean that you're going to have to rebuild underground tunnels? Dude, they did not demolish any tunnels. There was maybe like 12 successful tunnel demolition operations, but they were all rebuilt. They were literally all rebuilt.
In English from here, and in 5 or 10 years, we have a new...
And also, they've been producing missiles the entire time.
October 7th.
We have a new October 7th.
The priority for us, in this period that we are proposing, is to rebuild the Gaza Strip, and returning the Gaza Strip to normal civilian life. This is our priority.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing. Like, this is what, like, Hamas are the fucking government, right? The priority is to help the fucking people who've been suffering under a genocide for 2 years.
However, if there are
Israel only demolished the tunnels that they built themselves
after these periods of time, this requires
because they're the only ones that they know exist, right?
That these countries provide horizons and hope for the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people want an independent Palestinian state.
Yep.
If the independent Palestinian state is not established, the Palestinian issue will remain.
Yep. And then resistance is completely justified, not just from my personal opinion, but under international law. Right? You must expect resistance if you deny people their right to existence. No worries, Mia. Enjoy your sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you.
So yes or no, will Hamas give up its weapons?
I cannot answer with a yes or no. Frankly, it depends on the nature of the project. The disarmament project you are talking about, what does it mean? To whom will the weapons be handed over?
Okay. So this is a really, really important thing. This is why I wanted to watch this chat. This is so that we can understand the so-called disarmament project of Hamas is not something that has been communicated to them. They don't know what it means. They don't know what it looks like. It's not something that's been agreed to. Everyone is talking about it, but no one seems to know what it actually means, what it's actually going to look like, right? So, that's the reality. It's good to know that. It's good to know that actually, like, the reality of what is going on the ground is that these conversations aren't even happening. It's also a little concerning because it's like, well, if Trump is saying that Hamas have said that they've agreed to disarm and they haven't, yeah, that's a concerning part of it. But it's good to know that, like, yeah, they've not agreed to it. Of course they've not agreed to it.
Why are the weapons being handed over? Well, there is a question. Will the Israelis hand over the nuclear weapons inside the Zionist entity?
Yes! Correct!
Why is Iran being asked to hand over the nuclear weapon, or the destruction of the nuclear weapon, and Israel, the Zionist entity, is not being asked to destroy the nuclear weapons it possesses?
Right.
But the second phase of the withdrawal is tied to Hamas's disarmament. The question is, how will this be handled? Is this even possible? The whole agreement failed because if Hamas does not abide by the terms of, as President Donald Trump's disarmament agreement it agreed to, there will be no Israeli withdrawal in the second phase.
This is left to the negotiating table. In other words...
Right, so again, these reporters are going off... Yeah, well, if you don't disarm, then the Israelis won't withdraw in the second phase. And this guy's like, we have to negotiate. What are you talking about? We haven't even fucking discussed this.
Let's go to the second phase and the negotiating table and review the required points. Then we will clearly define our position.
But the disarmament and the handover of weapons are part of the second phase. These issues concern Hamas.
Yes, they concern Hamas and the Palestinian factions as well. There are also...
Again, the Palestinian factions, not just Hamas. A key thing that everybody is forgetting here. Hamas is the government. It is an ideology. It is something that permeates the ideology of the Gaza Strip. It's Palestinian Islamic Jihad, like you said, electro bubble, right? There are other groups who may not disarm. Soraya al-Quds, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, a various amount of resistance brigades that are established, Yes, and also, they have a right to bear arms. Stop asking the question. Hello, Krail of Xanth, how you doing? Welcome in.
Palestinian factions alongside Hamas that are present on the ground and have weapons, and therefore this is a national issue. It's not just a matter of Hamas.
You agreed to the terms proposed by Trump, including the surrender of weapons.
We did not give our approval to the terms in the second phase. We agreed, and in a clear...
We did not give our approval to the terms in the second phase. There you go. Case closed. Right?
A message that we sent, a message in response to Trump. We agreed to a ceasefire and we agreed to the release of all prisoners held by the resistance, whether alive or dead, and of course, an agreement was also reached on the entry of aid into the Gaza Strip, in addition to the formation of a committee or body of technocrats to manage Gaza during the transitional period. This, incidentally, was included in our written response, which US President Trump posted on his personal account online. As for the other matters, we clearly indicated that, for other issues, these require a Palestinian national position.
Yeah.
Are you prepared to give up power in Gaza? Can you give me a timeline for when you might give it up?
Fucking hell. Where are these reporters from? Are they from the Hindustan Times? Are they from, like, an Israeli outlet? Like, what is going on?
Because what we see on the ground now is that Hamas is redeploying and arresting people, and the police are deployed. Is there a timeline? Because the ground, what we are seeing...
Like, dude, like, you know, you're asking a question again that he's already answered. There's been no negotiating about this. There's been no discussion about it whatsoever.
Is contrary to what you are saying, that you will hand over power.
It's not contrary. It's not contrary. You just weren't listening. You will not listening. I know that this guy is the translator, but, you know, this guy, the reporter, it's like, come on, man.
First, there is an understanding of the presence of Hamas on the ground, who will protect the trucks from thieves and armed gangs, who will protect people's lives. There are gangs present. What is strange is that at a time when we find Arab and Islamic voices objecting to the course Hamas took after the withdrawal of the occupation forces, we find that US President Trump yesterday expressed understanding for Hamas confrontation with the armed gangs, which are gangs of evil, and that is how US President Trump described them. So this is a transitional phase. Civilly, there will be a technocratic administration, as I said, on the ground.
Exactly, Crail, yeah.
Hamas will be present. After the transitional phase, our opinion is that it is necessary to go to general elections.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Another fucking blinder. If they go to general elections, right, and there is a technocratic bureau of people who are like, right, okay, we're making sure that, like, we can rebuild, there's infrastructure, there's aid, and people can have, you know, a normal life for a bit in the Gaza Strip. Hamas are like, let's have elections. Let's have free and fair elections for every fucking, you know, for every fucking Palestinian in the Gaza Strip, and let's see who they vote for. I guarantee they will vote for Hamas. This is the thing. They know that they will win. They don't need to have elections. They know that they will win.
But now you're facing a problem. The bodies, not handing over the Israeli bodies.
Oh, shut up, dude.
Difficulties are you facing? Could this sabotage the agreement? Because in the first stage, the release of bodies was part of the agreement. Today we are in the third day, and only a few bodies have been released.
There is a technical and logistical problem regarding the bodies. If Hamas has released the living, why does it want to keep the dead? Hamas has no interest in keeping the bodies. There is a logistical problem, and everyone is working to solve it.
How?
There is a suggestion that some
fucking AI fucking
countries
bullshit
could participate in the search.
If the Palestinian Authority took power in Gaza, do you have any objections? And are you ready? I repeat my question about handing over weapons to the legitimate government of the Palestinian Authority.
Bro, these motherfuckers either know how loaded that question is, or how offensive it is, or they're just completely fucking batty. Completely fucking batty.
First, we demand general elections. If the Palestinian Authority...
There you go. That's the right response. That's the right response. He didn't let his emotion get the better of him. He's like, nope, general elections. If the Palestinian Authority want to run elections, put a candidate down, they will lose. They shall lose.
Want to rule the Gaza Strip, let it come through the ballot boxes.
All right. Well, there you go. Yes, exactly. That's why it was a loaded question, Krail, because the PA are collaborators. They're traitors. Okay, let's have a look at that. So we've had a look at the state of the ceasefire. I guess my take on what is going on is, as I said earlier, it appears that the USA is finally, actually saying to Israel, like, you've got to stop doing this. Now, of course, they're not doing this with the Palestinians in mind. They're doing it with Trump's ego in mind. That is the entire point of this. It is so he could be like, I've done peace in the Middle East, right? I've done peace in the Middle East. And that's that. A definitely not rigged election that's going to happen. Wait, what are you talking about, Morrigan? From whose perspective? Yeah, exactly. What peace? Yeah, they're doing this from Trump's perspective. Peace in the Middle East. It's gonna happen. It's been doing it for 3,000 years. There's been wars, and obviously it's all bullshit. It's all just his ego, right? That's what they're doing. And it appears that they're trying to enforce that. It appears that they are like, oh, well, Hamas are, gonna fucking... No, I was just saying, never mind, I have no clue what I'm talking about. Well, yeah, because, there is a narrative in the West that, people like Hamas don't hold rigged, they hold rigged elections, right? That's kind of like the narrative in the West, but it's just not true, right? So, yeah, when we talk about these things, we have to remember that, like, all of the demonization that happens towards organizations like Hamas, organizations like Al-Qassam, Saraya al-Quds, all this stuff, it's all Western propaganda, you know what I mean? Oh, you mean Israel might rig it? Right, okay. Yeah, no, of course, that's a possibility. However, I think that that's a good point that you bring up, actually. I'm glad that you brought it up, because I'm always just concerned that, like, people are going to say things like, oh, Hamas will rig elections, right? Because even though we talk about resistance all the time on this stream, I do think that sometimes people, like, don't hear what I'm saying, or they don't listen to what I'm saying. But yeah, no, I'm really glad that you brought that up, actually, because I think that is a good point to consider. But I think that is why they're trying to encourage this technocratic management of the Gaza Strip, which will have no involvement from Israel and probably won't have any involvement in the elections either. And they'll probably demand we, the Palestinian people, must run our own elections, right? Nothing to do with Trump, nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with any Gulf state, Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, anything like that, right? So I imagine that is what they will demand. And because Trump is so eager to make this happen, he will probably be open to what they want to do, right? So it just kind of depends. It just kind of depends on how far Trump's ego is going to run with this. And I think it also depends on, what kind of a technocratic management would exist. I don't even know if Hamas would be like, yeah, man, let's have Tony Blair, because I don't know, like they would have to look at this stuff on paper, I imagine, and depending on how much involvement that these bureaucrats, these technocrats would have over what's going on, I don't know. I mean, it's up to them, right? At the end of the day, they've not really fucked up so far, is the way that I'm seeing it, and I think that this is completely showing just how much better Palestinian resistance understands Western imperialism and understands the ego of people like Donald Trump, right? I mean, who knows? The AI bubble could pop and Trump could abandon everything. who knows? Like all things with Trump, it's an invisible cloak and nothing concealing his useless mushroom dick, taking undue credit. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is, right? So I think that's my take. I think that Hamas have played a blinder with, polishing Trump's ego. I think that it is going to cause tensions between the US and Israel, and I don't know how far that's going to go. I do think that Donald Trump still loves Bibi. And I don't know if that's because he doesn't know how the rest of his cabinet are going to take it, or the rest of America, or Democrats, or anything like that. I'm imagining a mental future, chat, right? I'm imagining a mental future where Trump and Bibi fall out because Israel and the IOF forces end up, like, I don't know, going to war with Iran while this international force is there and endangers the lives of their troops. Or the IOF pulls some kind of mad shit and just like shoots some of these international soldiers. Or just like something happens, or there's like an Israeli settler riot and they like challenge the soldiers and throw rocks at them and shit. You know what I mean? It's going to be shit like that. Like, you know, the settler populace will not be okay with how this is going. They're like, wait, no annexation of the West Bank, no genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. This isn't right. They're not gonna have it. They're not gonna. And, they're either going to like overthrow the government or they're going to tear each other apart. Something like that's going to happen. And then the Democrats, when they run against Trump in a really rigged election next time, they're going to be like, can you believe that Donald Trump ended all aid to Israel when the Jewish state was under threat and Israel collapsed? I'm imagining the reality where Trump, with his ego, completely withdraws US funding from Israel because Israel fucked up his precious Nobel Peace Prize ceasefire agreement, and Israel collapses in an afternoon. And then we have one Palestinian state from the river to the sea, and the Democrats are like, can you believe that Donald Trump ended apartheid? So, anyway, but speaking of the apartheid Zionist entity, because we've spoken a little bit about them, but we've been more concerned about what's been going on with the ceasefire agreement kind of thing. The Zionist entity is currently manufacturing consent, seemingly for a war on Iran. This was yesterday at 11 a.m. Iran behind cyber attack on Shamir Medical Center, Israeli officials confirm. National Cyber Directorate said the attack included a data breach in an effort to disrupt hospital operations. Although the attackers leaked medical information, Directorate said no medical services were harmed and the incident was contained early. So, yes, it's gonna be bullshit, right? The National Cyber Directorate said the attack, which occurred on Yom Kippur, included a data breach in an effort to disrupt hospital operations. Although attackers leaked medical information, the Directorate said no medical services were harmed. Yeah, we already read that. At Shamir Hospital, beyond the data leak itself, the attempt to harm a hospital in Israel crosses a red line that could have endangered human life, said Yossi Karadi, head of the National Cyber Directorate. Initially, a ransomware group from Eastern Europe claimed responsibility, posting extortion demand within a 72-hour deadline. However, Israeli authorities later determined Iranian actors were behind the attack. Now, this is like far more realistic, right? This is far more realistic than what the fucking Zionist entity is saying. It's far more realistic. A ransomware group from Eastern Europe. Sorry, I'm not being anti-Slav or anything, but like this, for me, Iran hacking a hospital and getting medical records, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Right? Just why? Why would they do that? They wouldn't. So it's far more likely that it was actually a ransomware group from Eastern Europe. And Israeli authorities are just like, nah, it's Iran. No, it's Iran. We should bomb them. We should fucking bomb them again. The directorate said the incident was part of a larger campaign of cyber attacks on Israeli companies and critical service providers in recent weeks. More than 10 private firms have faced various forms of cyber attacks, most of them through digital service providers that serve as links in supply chains. It's probably resistance hackers from all over Europe, right? Yeah, they need the medical records for their terrorist activities. How, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, what, like, you know, that's how they're trying to make it out to be, right? Investigators found that in many recent incidents, hackers used stolen or leaked usernames and passwords to gain access to systems. Most attacks did not cause operational disruptions. Officials said damage could have been far worse. Shin Bet, yeah. The directorate said his company's Mirror Forum, a professional network cybersecurity firm specializing in incident response. Yeah, but Mirror are an Israeli group. Mirror are literally an Israeli group. They like work with Palantir and shit. Anyway, whatever. Thanks to close cooperation, rapid information sharing, and targeted response, the incidents were contained quickly and effectively. So they're trying to manufacture consent to attack Iran. And that's that, basically, right? I think that that's going to be what does it. I still think that that is going to be what does it. I think that there's two possibilities right now. I think that the first one is what I said, which is Trump's ego is what causes the downfall of Israel entirely. Yeah? Or in order to distract the populace who are so mad that Israel is not allowed to commit genocide and it's not allowed to annex the West Bank anymore, that they're like baying for blood, they're baying for fucking Muslim blood so much that Netanyahu is like, okay, it's war with Iran time. And that would be the end. It would be the end of Israel. Like, it just would be. I think both of these things are the end of Israel. It feels like at this point it's going to be one or the other. And also, if there is a Palestinian state, established after this process, after this ceasefire deal, after this process, however it happens, you know, this technocracy or whatever, that would also threaten Israel to the point that Israel would do something completely insane. So yeah, that's kind of what it feels like to me. Hello, Susie. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hello, Galasbar. What's going on? Yeah, Zio Brain. If in doubt, just bomb Iran. Right. It's crazy, right? Okay, so. We are going to move into some Zack Polanski stuff. It's what you've all been waiting for, chat. We are finally going to look at some good, hopeful, inspiring stuff. I mean, there's kind of a bit of hopeful, you know, we can get a bit of hopium of what's going on. At least the Palestinian people of Gaza are experiencing some level of relief. There's not enough aid getting into Gaza, but, you know, at least there is a level of relief that is being had. Some prisoners have been released. Marwan Barghouti is at least being discussed. So that is at least something that's good. But if we're talking about some hope closer to home, we were looking at Mamdani yesterday, obviously. And today we're going to be looking at Zack Polanski, who is our Mamdani, but a lot more effective than Mamdani probably, because if he was the Prime Minister, that would be a lot more than just the Mayor of London, for example, which will be the equivalent of what Zoran Mamdani is going for in New York. The way that everyone's going on about it, you would think that he's running for president, which is wild. Wacky Zacky. Yeah, I met him. I was talking about how I met him at the World Transformed. He's a lovely guy. Green membership now above 140k. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, nah, it's gonna happen. Yeah, hypno tits, yeah? I hope Mamdani doesn't pull a Fetterman. Right, listen, Morrigan. There's no way that Mamdani will pull a Fetterman because Fetterman was never that good to begin with. Like, what you're saying is what would be a good comparison? What you're saying is I hope Nelson Mandela doesn't become Tony Blair. Tony Blair was never that good. Do you know what I mean? He would Fetterman is nothing. He was nothing like the whole hubbub around Fetterman was like, oh, he's pro workers' rights. Trump is pro workers' rights, right? Yeah, and Fetterman's always been a Zionist. He's literally always been a Zionist. Yeah. To be fair, I'm gullible as fuck. Well, you know, you're better off being gullible here than anyone else, anywhere else, Morrigan. So, all right. I'm gonna have a look at a couple of articles from about Zack Polanski. Let me see if I can get all of these ready to go. Just hang on a hot minute. Okay. Oh man, what is happening here? Okay, I don't even know what this fucking headline is. Alright, okay, I know what it is, I know what it is. Alright, it's fine. I think I'm doing good. Have we got a national article here as well? Can I watch this? He was the politician with the lowest voting turnout until his election. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Mamdani is going to become another career politician the way they all do. We don't vote our way to liberation. Yes, exactly. Anyway. So. Couple of articles to read. A few articles to read about Zack Polanski. All right. This is why the other day I had a double bill, Polanski Mamdani ticker on the stream. But we did the Mamdani stuff on Tuesday. Today's Thursday. We're doing the Zack Polanski stuff. The British Zoran Mamdani is a distraction we can't afford by Rosa Prince. Rosa Prince is a Bloomberg opinion columnist covering UK politics. Yeah, I'm sure her politics are great. Zack Polanski, more red than green. Let's go! Let's go! Yes! The Red-Green Alliance! Oh, yeah, I love it straight away. It's so funny. Already, this is a great article. Susie G says, I think a better comparison is possibly Jeffries. We all thought he was going to be amazing. He's just like other politicians. Yes, I think that's a good shout as well, Susie. The foreign arrivals who pose the most danger to the UK do not come shivering on unseaworthy rubber dinghies across the English Channel, but flying in by private jet. So said the new darling of the British left, Zack Polanski, straight after winning the leadership of the country's Green Party with a crushing 84% last month. It was a nifty dig at the West capture by the ultra-rich, and it delighted his rapidly expanding legion of fans, but it's a snapshot too of the hollowness of his policy priorities so far. Inequality and mass migration are two of the great challenges of our time. He's going to need more than billionaire bashing and downplaying voters' worries over border controls. Yeah, but like, voters don't have worries about border controls. It's literally not even a popular thing that people are worried about. As parties in Europe and US scramble to react to right-wing populism's success, some see an answer in leftists such as Polanski, Zoran Mamdani in New York, and France's Jean-Luc Mélenchon. These socialists all have a gift for storytelling, a common touch, and rhetorical thrust over Donald Trump or Nigel Farage, but are on a quest apparently driven by idealism, not bigotry. How is this bad? How is this a critique? I'm not sure any of them are the answer to seeing off the popular right. Right, well, who is, though? Who is? Yeah, they're literally so scared. They may just further split electorates in a way that helps the ascent of figures like France's Marine Le Pen. Okay, so this lady is doing the whole thing. Oh, you're gonna split the left-wing vote. People who were gonna vote for Labour are gonna vote for you instead, and it's gonna let reform win. No, that's bollocks. No one who is gonna vote for Labour at this point in time is gonna vote for fucking the Greens. I'm sorry, it's so stupid. They are shitting themselves. Yeah, they are. They're literally shitting themselves. Pulling together a real political program takes time, but Polanski's motivation seems opaque. It's never been clear why the self-described eco-populist is even in the Green Party, other than as one person who's observed him closely put it to me, a vehicle for his ambitions. Born David Polden in Manchester in 1982, as a young man, he reverted to the name his grandfather anglicised to avoid anti-Semitism after moving to the north of England from Eastern Europe. His new name, chosen because David was the same as his stepfather's, was taken from a Jewish character in the children's novel Goodnight, Mr. Tom. A decade or so later, Polanski also changed his politics, ditching the Liberal Democrats, the UK's mildly non-threatening centrist party, having first been elected to his local council under their banner. In between, he worked as an actor and a hypnotherapist. Oh, the breast size, blah, blah, blah. Polanski defines himself in opposition to Farage, leader of the anti-immigration MAGA-like Reform UK. This is just dumb. They're like, oh, he's a career politician, and it's like, yeah, man, like every politician is a career politician. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen, bro? It's remarkable how well this approach can work as voters hunt for politicians they believe are listening. Since his ascension, the Greens' membership has soared by 55% to 110,000, edging ever closer to the Conservatives, who not long ago saw themselves as the natural party of government. At one point last week, he was notching up 5,000 new joiners per hour. The Greens are polling at nearly 30%, nearly double the number in last year's general election, and now we know we're at 140k. Very good. This should be inspiring, particularly given the disdain for mainstream parties that's proved punishing for the old Tory-Labour duopoly, which between them have governed for a century. The Greens are on the heels of Lib Dems and Conservatives. No, they've overtaken them. They've overtaken them. Yeah, these fools are driven by wanting things to be better. It's so bizarre, right? It's so completely ridiculous. Yeah, what is this alien analysis of human activities? It's so bizarre. They're not a million miles from the ruling Labour Party. That many of the Greens' new supporters are young or people who've never been involved in electoral politics before ought to be a good thing as well. But the fervour around Polanski is unsettling, just as it is around the hard right. No! No, it isn't! Like the crowds who brayed for the former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn. Yeah, they're all haunted by Corbyn. They're all haunted by Corbyn. Yeah, policy light. He talks way more about policies to actually fix things than any other politicians. Correct. Hey, Emmy. Good to see you. Yeah, they're terrified. They are literally terrified of like, oh no, Jeremy Corbyn's back. Jam Grandad is back, but this time he's not a grandad, and he doesn't make jam, and he's gay and Jewish. So we can't say that he is a sex weirdo to women, and we can't say that he is anti-Semitic. You know? Hey, Rat Freak. Yeah, things might change equals unsettling. Yeah, it's centrist bullshit. Yeah, completely. As with Corbynista Ultras. Corbynista Ultras. I can't believe this, dude. This is so funny. There's scant attention to how his policies might be funded without inflating the country's already heavy borrowing costs. Yes, they have! Or how Polanski's call for a 1% tax on assets of 10 million and 2% on $1 billion might hurt London in tax revenue. You literally just said, how are we going to fund it? And then you described how it's going to be funded. Yeah, they're going to call him a capo, aren't they, Gaspar, in the fucking press. They're going to be like, he's an anti-Zionist Jew, a.k.a. a traitor, right? Fucking, yeah, hey, Link. Yes, but how? But how will it be funded? Anyway, taxing billionaires is so silly, ha ha ha! Yeah, let's talk about how Starmer policies are funded. How is that happening? Is he not borrowing money? The capo remarks have already come out. Yeah, for sure. Yes, exactly. A 12-year-old writing the news. Of course you think that a wealth tax wouldn't fund a load of stuff in Britain. That's because you're 12. That's because you're spiritually and mentally 12. Many are trying to... This is crazy, by the way. This is crazy. Polanski's call for a 1% tax on assets of £10 million and 2% on $1 billion might hurt London and tax revenue. What? What are you on about? What do you mean? What are you saying? What are you saying, you little idiot? Okay. Many are turning to him on social and geopolitical issues too, as Labour tries to steer a more mainstream course. What will the wider electorate feel about his dismissal of a Supreme Court ruling protecting women's rights? Literally no one cares. Literally no one cares. Wow, so Rose Price is a fucking TERF? Yeah, the entire city of London might be hurt. Yeah, no one cares, man. No one fucking cares. His suggestion that Britain's government was complicit in Israel's destruction of Gaza. I mean, these are just facts. These are just correct things. Polanski talks a lot about the importance of leadership and boldness, but so far, beyond pledging his Greens will promote environmental, racial, social, economic justice, there's not much to see. Like, do the same with reform, please. Do the same with reform. This all looks more like, here it is, chat. Here it is, student politics. Oh, it's student politics. Yeah, that's exactly what Sadiq Khan said to him before he completely changed his opinion on fucking Gaza. So, I don't know, man. Sounds like you've got nothing. Sounds like you've got fucking nothing, dude. A senior Green I spoke to conceded there had been a rhetorical shift from the party's aim to save the planet, but insisted environmentalism was consistent with socialism. Yeah, it is. Who is the senior Green? Who are you talking about? As we spoke, the UK Climate Change Committee warned the government to prepare for a 2-degree warming by the middle of the century, and United Nations Weather Agency announced record levels of CO2 emissions. That same day, Polanski on X tweeted 10 times about inequality, tax redistribution, 7 times calling for drug legalization, 6 times in support of independence for Scotland and Wales, 6 about... I don't think he did tweet 6 times about this stuff. The climate crisis didn't get a look in. So you're criticizing him for not talking about the climate crisis, but also Tenor says it was Adrian Ramsey. Yeah, it will be. It will be. It's just insane. Despite the Greens' ballooning support, it's still reform that's suffering the anti-politics wave best, capturing the febrile national movement. Febrile national moment. Yeah, sure, whatever, man. Sure, do the same with reform, you fucking TERF. Okay, so for some reason, the way that this has been archived is, yeah, not great. I can't get rid of this, so I don't know how. Oh shit, I don't know how that's gonna. Basically, this is what the fucking headline is. Starmer warned of Green Party exodus over reform obsession. So let's read. We know what the headline is now. Let's read. Keir Starmer has been warned that Labour is being deserted by a so-called green wave of left-wing voters who are disillusioned with the party's shift to the right on welfare, migration and transgender rights. Probably correct. Right? Probably correct. Analysis of polling by the Times and YouGov revealed that the number of Labour voters at the last election who now intended to vote for the Green Party have more than doubled in 10 months. Yes, of course. Overall, 50% of past Labour voters now said they would back the Greens at the next election. This was 50% more than the number of the party's former voters who said they were switching to reform. Senior Labour figures have accused Starmer of failing to grasp the seriousness of the threat and warned that the party risks losing the next election by abandoning its progressive values in order to chase votes on the right. And this is the history of Keir Starmer's entire political career. He started his political career in Westminster as the shadow Brexit secretary, right? The shadow Brexit secretary. And his analysis was that we needed a second referendum, despite the fact that that is what probably lost a lot of red wall voters who would have voted Labour in the 2019 election but didn't, right? So his analysis of the electorate is bad. He's also done more supposed analysis of the electorate since becoming Labour leader, and apparently what the electorate want is they want the UK to be the top performing country in the G7. The top performing economy in the G7, and that's what everyone's always saying to me, chat, whenever I go to a food bank. Whenever I pass by a food bank and offer some of my time, everyone there is saying, I want the UK economy to be the top performing economy in the G7. That's what I want. That's what I think of when I wake up at night, cold because I can't afford to put the heating on. That's what I think when I'm walking down to the food bank. I think I want the UK to be the top performing country in the G7. That's what I want. That's what they all say. That's what they all say to me. We're hemorrhaging far more votes to the left than we are to the right, but Downing Street is doing nothing about it. One party official said, it's just totally obsessed with reform. Last week, the Greens recorded their best polling result, winning the last 30% of voters, equivalent to 3.75 million people if turnout remained constant. This was double the number of votes they received at the last election. This is great. This is great. Public attitudes to the Labour Party and Green Party. Do they represent people like you? They do not and don't know is like 89%. Hey Lostzo, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, been saying it for years, yeah. The Greens are filling a void that's existed for a long time, correct, yeah. I hear that too from members losing their jobs, yeah. G7's the hot issue, yeah. Everyone really cares about that, yeah. Yeah, completely absurd. Bringing up London in the context of national politics is also kind of batshit. Yes, it is. It absolutely is, yes. Are they trustworthy or untrustworthy? Trustworthy? No. Untrustworthy? 61%. Now, there's not an overwhelming majority saying, you know, trustworthy, but it's more than Labour, right? It's more than Labour. Principled or unprincipled? The Greens, yeah, more principled. That's great. Are they up to the job of government? Now, the Greens seem to have underperformed here a little bit, but that's understandable because we don't know yet, right? The reason for this surge in support was revealed in a separate YouGov polling for the Times this week that found an increasing number of Labour's past voters were sympathetic to the Greens platform. Yeah, this is good. Despite only having become leader 6 weeks ago, 56% of Labour voters had heard of him, compared with 30% and 24% who heard of his predecessors, Carla Denyer and Adrian Ramsey, respectively. Interesting. Starmer should be actually terrified right now about the Green Party, Polanski said, because we're about to overtake the Tories and we're coming for him next. Yay! Oh, it's so exciting, chat. It's so exciting. Yeah, it's good stuff. Green politicians and activists demonstrating on Bournemouth Beach during the party conference. Red line for Gaza. That's great. A turning point for many would have been when Starmer said rising immigration risks turning Britain into an island of strangers, echoing the language of Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech. I mean, yeah, that was the game over, right? That was the game over, for sure. Starmer about to find out how out of touch he is. Yeah, absolutely. The Greens upward tick is great. The Greens upward tick is fantastic. Like, you could just see, like, and if it continues, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a real opposition to the fash in the UK. This looks like a really good article, but it's really, really long, and I'm not going to read all of it. So if you want to check it out, here it is in the chat. We can check that out. You can check that out another time. Polanski went on Laura Quinsberg a couple of days ago. I think this was on Monday, right? 20th of October. Went on Laura Quinsberg, and there was a spike in Green Party members. I believe they got 5,000 that day, just after this appearance. Green Party of England and Wales has gained more than 6,000 members in a single day, 6,000, after the leader's performance on the Sunday morning BBC programme, taking membership to 130,000. The party has now more members than the Conservatives and more than double the reported members of the Lib Dems. Womp womp. On the show, Polanski shut down host Victoria Derbyshire after she attempted to rip apart plans for a proposed wealth tax. He tweeted about the staggering rise in membership, saying something extraordinary is happening. Derbyshire pressed Polanski over the amount of capital a proposed wealth tax would generate. As she explained, a similar tax model had been implemented in Spain and only made an estimated 2.5 billion compared to the 15 to 20 billion the Greens have said a wealth tax could generate. She added that Paul Johnson, Institute of Fiscal Studies, pointed out no country in the world has ever successfully had a wealth tax that raised serious money. That's just not true. It's just like not true. Polanski fired back by explaining the proposal was not about creating public investment, but rather tackling a deep inequality in our society. I think they're legitimate questions. I'd also say that those aren't tiny amounts of money. Yes, correct. The economy is not working for almost anyone at the moment, unless you're in that top 1% of the wealthiest. Polanski also said that despite the IFS being an independent body, reports had emerged exploring links between them and banking firm Barclays. He's ready! How long before they stop inviting him on? Well, they only recently just kind of started inviting him on, right? They're going to set him up on every interview. I think he's prepared for it, though. Like, he did really well against What's-Her-Face the other day. Or it was the week I was off. It was some lady, what was her name? Carol or something or other? And he was talking about legalizing all drugs, and she was like, legalizing drugs doesn't work. And he was like, yeah, but Portugal. And she went, do not mention Portugal. And everyone was like, yeah, it was like really hard to watch because she was like going insane. Like, who was that? Who was that lady? Yeah, she's a blonde lady, like an older blonde lady. Karen something or other. Yes, that was the joke because her name was Karen. And you know, obviously I don't use the word Karen here, but obviously you can't deny the, the association there. Yeah, they've been lining people up to trip him up, and he's been bodying them all, yeah. No, yeah, I saw them clips, Sterling. It was fucking crazy. She was like, literally, like, some people were like, this was just really hard to watch because she was like going crazy. And yeah, I saw some clips, and she was. So, Green Party of England and Wales CEO Harriet Lamb said the surge in membership is beyond our wildest dreams. We had wild ambitions, but this is beyond our wildest dreams. The public is showing us what they want: bold leadership, action on social inequality and the climate, challenging the neoliberal consensus that's dominated for far too long. Carol Malone, there you go. Carol Malone is her name. Yep. Greens councillor Nate Higgins added, I can scarcely believe this. Something is happening in this country. You wouldn't know it if you only watched the BBC, but the country is waking up to find that hope is on offer and they're grabbing it with both hands. Now, chat, listen. Yeah? The djmuel stream vindicated once again, right? Because what have I told yous time and time again? Yes, I know that most of you agree with me, but when you look at the polls that say that Reform are going to get in, it is overwhelmingly because of a fact that lots of people have no one to prevent them. No one to represent them, sorry, right? No one to represent them at all. And I have said for a long time, the majority of British people, normal British people, are not going, I'm going to vote for Reform because they're fascists and I love fascism. There is no overwhelming appetite here for fascism. And like it says here, if you only watch the BBC, you would think that everyone in the UK is a frothing at the mouth, fascist, racist piece of shit. And it is simply not true. It is simply not true. The vast majority of people just want to be able to afford the rent. They want to be able to afford the groceries. They want to be able to get seen at the doctor. They don't want to have to go through fucking portal after portal and wake up at 8 a.m. every morning to try and get an appointment and then miss the appointment window and then try again at lunch and miss that one as well. And then when they get an appointment, get a call when they're at work and they have to get another fucking appointment. Most people want that kind of shit. They don't care about fucking immigrants coming here because when they go to see the fucking NHS, they go, oh yeah, like, you know, people who are migrants work in our health system and they're sound. And actually, they're not like, we're not being taken over by Islam and, you know, so-called Islamists, right? The last time they tried fascism, Mosley got the shite kicked out of him. Right, exactly. And again, you know, chat, this is probably the reason that this happened the other day. I brought it up on the stream. And of course, BBC is just showing like a couple of ladies in a hijab here. Met Police. Now, this is crazy. The Met Police bans UKIP from protesting in Tower Hamlets, right? A planned demonstration by the UK Independence Party has been banned by the Metropolitan Police for taking place in an area with a large Muslim population. Right. Now, should be able to find this. UKIP, the new right. Yeah. Support our Stop the Boats campaign. Join the Border Protection Team. You know, all of this stuff. Back us legally. You know, sign up to call on the king to dissolve fucking parliament. It's like, you know, all this fucking shit. They're all just fascists. Tenkoni is literally the UK's new fucking Oswald Mosley, right? That's what it is. Hey, Splendinavia, how you doing? Fucking, what do people call him? Ten neck, or whatever. I don't know. There's like a funny something to do with 10 play on his name, but I can't remember it. Anyway, public is showing what they want. Bold leadership. Yeah. Exactly. The people in this country do not want fascism. They just want to be able to fucking afford things and have a nice life, right? Two parties have always been separate organisations. The suspension of ties meant Green Party of England and Wales members would not be able to automatically attend certain meetings of Scottish Greens. So they're talking about the Scottish Greens now. Ross Greer and Gillian McKay said Polanski was doing a pretty outstanding job, a new leader of the Greens south of the border, saying they consider him a friend. In an exclusive interview with The National last month, Polanski said he wanted to rebuild the relationship with the Scottish Greens and more recently revealed his support for Scottish and Welsh independence. Let's go. No, that's fucking Waxy Lemon banker, Tommy 10 names. Tenkoni's different. He's just a little winner. I wonder how much of this is just down to the media acting like fucking 12-year-olds when we pointed out a lot of people who voted for Brexit did so because they were told it would get rid of the bows. Yeah, I think it is, yeah. I think it is. And also a lot of people just didn't know what they were voting for at all. Like that particularly, but also other stuff, right? Okay, what do we got here? Saul Staniforth on Twitter here. Let's take a little look here. I referenced this in the article earlier when Rose Price was saying, oh, he's going to split the left vote. So here is Zack Polanski addressing that exact claim.
You'll be aware that there'll be people that say, well, hang on a sec, Zack, you know, if you want to challenge the surging popularity of reform, if you want to kind of continue to push against the Conservatives, then are you at risk of fracturing the left? What would you say to those people that say, hang on a second, like the best way to counter this maybe is, with all due respect, Labour, because it's established and much, much bigger, rather than the Greens?
Well, the idea that the Labour Party are on the left is completely incoherent.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. You don't even need to say anything else. You just stop there. But I know he's going to continue and say some better stuff.
It's a party that have done everything they can to protect power and wealth in this country and to appease Nigel Farage. Not only is it an unethical strategy, it's a completely absurd one too. If people wanted low-fat Nigel Farage, they would vote for Nigel Farage, not Keir Starmer. Correct. And history has shown us time and time again that if a Prime Minister or someone who wants to pretend they're on the left constantly appeases the right by talking about Island of Strangers, by extending indefinite leave to remain, by protecting the wealth of the super rich, all that happens is people laugh at them and they go and vote for the right anyway. What the Green Party are doing is saying not just to people on the left, but frankly anyone in this country that wants a politician and a politics that is not in vested interests, that is not in the pockets of the corporations who are destroying our environment, destroying our democracy and destroying our communities, but a party that genuinely serves people, that stands for people rather than profit.
Splendinavia, you've said this like a couple of times in my chat now, and I don't know what's going on. I think you've like confused me with another person. I joined the Green Party to vote for Zack Polanski. So, like, when you're saying, Mule Bro, I knew you'd get there, Polanski's the GOAT, I literally joined the party. Like, I'm a fucking communist, right? I don't even believe in electoral politics. I joined the Green Party to vote for this guy. Like, who are you talking about? Like,
and that party is the Green Party. And my only sole mission is to make sure that people have an alternative, that we can make hope normal again. So it's not for me to say to people, don't vote Labour because you're going to split the vote. It's Labour's job to offer a better solution. I think that past that point, people have lost complete trust in them. And that's why I don't intend to be concerned by Labour or disappointed by Labour in May's local elections right across England and Wales, including...
And it's like, here's the thing. Sky News is running stories like this in the sidebar, yeah? Shabana Mahmood saying... The Home Secretary, grooming gangs inquiry will not be watered down. We're going to do a grooming gangs inquiry, I missed that. I thought you resisted the Greens some month ago. Sorry if I'm bullshitting. Okay, right. What you've probably heard me say is like I said, I do not believe that electoral politics will get us liberation as workers, right? It won't get us out of capitalism. It won't get us out of imperialism. It is definitely a vehicle for social change with people like Zack Polanski and the Green Party with a more eco-socialist platform. We need to have a party that represents what people actually fucking want in terms of social policy, right? So what you've probably heard me saying is don't put all your eggs in the basket of electoral politics. That's probably what you've heard me saying, and I've probably been a little bit flippant about it because I can be flippant about stuff. I apologize if you've misunderstood me, but that's what I'm on about, right? Yes, people need to have their basic needs met so that they can organize. And Zack actually says this himself. Because he was at the World Transformed, he was on a bunch of panels. I spoke to him personally. I met him in person, and I actually have a connection to him because he's from Manchester and he went to the same school that my stepbrothers and stepsister went to, King David. Unfortunately, they're all Zionist, horrible pieces of shit, and they all disown me. But we had a bit of a laugh about that when I met him. But yeah, you know, like even he says the real power and the real change in our societies comes from grassroots organizing. And what that means is we need to get to a stage where we're having people's assemblies in every single town and city all over the UK to the point where we go, okay, what do we need? We need food. How do we get food? Well, we grow it ourselves. Great. There you go. We can fucking start making community farms like they do in Cuba. Every fucking 2 blocks, they've got fucking farms where they feed all the people in that community from. There's loads of ways that we can take power away from the state and reclaim it for ourselves, right? That's the true liberation, and that's what I'm about as an anarchist, as a communist, as someone who believes in revolution. So that's me. But you know, look, yeah, like I will be skeptical about electoral politics because we've been doing electoral politics for 300 years, right? 300 years. Also, lobster barbecue. What, Cuba? Sure. For some of you, yeah. Yeah, no, listen, like it's not bad, but it's just like I do want people to know. I do need it's necessary. I think that people know what my opinion is on this. Do you know what I mean? Like that is my opinion. So that's why I'm bigging him up, because it's definitely a vehicle for social change. It provides even like here's the thing, even the Overton window has been pushed to the left through the very existence of someone like Zack Polanski. He questioned the mayor, Sadiq Khan, in Mayor's Questions about Gaza and the genocide in Gaza. It's the big issue of our time, right? Why will the mayor not call it a genocide? Won't you call it a genocide? Why won't you do that? Even the UN has ruled that it's a genocide. What is going on? And Sadiq Khan, fucking like said, oh, the member is being a piece of shit. He works for the Green Party. He wants to get a soundbite and all this stuff. And then literally a week later, he was like, yes, I believe what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And that is breaking with the Labour Party line on Gaza. Zack Polanski made that happen, right? What is to be done is just one word long. Every page just says vote. Very weird book. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Zack, how you doing? Welcome in. But I think the thing to remember about the Greens is that they are actually like member-led as well. So if you want to talk about the difference between the Greens and Labour, the Labour Party at the Labour Party conference had a vote. The members had a vote to recognise that what's going on in Gaza is a genocide, right? And it was almost unanimously voted for. It's not changed Labour policy. Labour policy is the same, right? Yeah. Yeah, the Greens are member-led. You see, you're going on like, oh, you finally come round to Zack Polanski. I know shit that you don't know. Hey, Vaughn, welcome in. How are you? Yes, Steph saying about what we were talking about, like the community farms, right? The community farms in Cuba and shit like that, right? Steph grows potatoes in her garden. If she empties all the buckets, she would probably have 17 to 20 kilograms of potatoes, and she's trying to find local food banks to give them away to. That's just in her garden, and I've seen her garden. You know what I mean? I've seen her garden. It's not, you know, the space that she grows in. It's not like a massive space. It's definitely substantial, but, you know, if we had a huge community plot, it's incredibly important. It's incredibly good. With Labour parties, don't they strangely get union money wasted on them? We've got yellow unions in the UK, Zach. There is a grassroots effort to make unions a bit more radical, like the Industrial Workers of Great Britain is a good union, and I would say, yeah, definitely, like, yeah, it's definitely fucking a bit shit, you know. No, yeah, Steph is so based for, like, growing all that scran, honestly. It's great. Big plot, little squares, everyone takes care of a square some day of the week, bit of a rotation, sounds nice. It's what we did at the ZAD. When me and Sophie and Abby went to the ZAD earlier this year, we were there for a week. They said, all we really expect you to do is do a day's work on the farm, right? And a day's work is a fucking DOS. You pull some weeds out of the ground, put them in a fucking wheelbarrow, you have lunch for 2 hours, smoke some spliffs. And that's just how living should be. Like, everyone work on a farm one day a week, you know? That's just all it should be. So, you know, that's that. But yeah, also, Vord, what you were saying about Cuban elections, yeah, they literally can just, like, write the name of whoever they want on a piece of paper, and as long as you put their address in there, you put it in a ballot box and it gets counted, right? They just verify that the person lives at the address. Yeah, Cuban elections are extremely, extremely good, and they vote for, like, a community representative first, who's like the Communist Party representative, and the way that that person does their job, they essentially just, like, you can, like, call them in the middle of the night and be like, oh my god, like, this thing has just happened, and you know, that's kind of what their service is like. Imagine that with your MP. Just give your MP a ring and you go, oh my god, this has just happened, and they go, oh fuck, okay, let's try and sort something out, let's get the government to help. It's crazy. It's just crazy. I'd be willing to do that twice a week. Most people would be willing to do it 3 or 4 times a week, right? Exactly. You know? Can we start an enclave near a woods? I have a need to be hunted with a trank rifle full of estrogen. That's the transcended revolution, is when we start getting freaky with it. So, yeah, maybe not just yet, but
We intend to replace Labour at the ballot box.
So there you go. There was that Zack Polanski clip.
I'm sorry, Zack.
Now I wanted to see. I wanted to see this clip again, because this was something that really, really, like, when did this happen? It was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah, that's phase 2. Phase 2 of the revolution is when everyone gets real freaky with it. This happened a couple of weeks ago. This was before I took a week off. Zack Polanski went on Question Time and called Zia Yusuf a fascist. Now, this guy, this fucking YouTube channel, The Alternative View, is saying, Zia Yusuf just utterly savaged the Green Party's lunatic leader, Zack Polanski. Now, let's see if that really happens.
I agree with you. There are so many people in this country who have real problems. But the only way we're going to solve those problems is understanding how the world actually works. We don't live in a world where, the fantasy world, where we can grow the size of women's breasts by hypnotizing them. And the notion that a wealth tax, there's no evidence a wealth tax doesn't work. France.
What is happening here? Like, he's had to put, like, this still image up here, because on YouTube you get done if you put BBC videos in your video.
It's about poverty.
Yeah.
Hang on. That's the reform art.
France. I'm a multimillionaire who started with nothing and created hundreds of.
So I love what's happening here in this video is that this guy is putting, like, words on the screen saying things like, utterly assassinated his character. It's like, you do know that, like,
There's no evidence a wealth tax doesn't work.
France lecturing us about poverty.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Like, look at this. Utterly assassinated his politics and his character. You know that, like, a character assassination is not, like, a good thing, right? Like, what do you mean, dude? Like, a character assassination is a logical fallacy. right? That's not good. And also when you say assassinated his politics, that's not true.
France, I'm a multimillionaire who started with nothing and created hundreds of jobs, and I'm proud of that. And yes,
what's really funny about Zia Yusuf here, yeah, is that he really thinks that saying I'm a multimillionaire is good. He thinks that that's a really attractive characteristic for a politician to have. I'm a multimillionaire. I started with nothing. Everybody starts with nothing, right? I hate this fucking thing that these fuckers say all the time. I hate what they say all the time. I started with nothing. Everyone's a baby. Everyone is a baby. Everyone starts with nothing. You come out, you've got nothing. What do you mean? I started with nothing. And then I got pocket money. Right, exactly, dickhead.
I had luck. And here's my luck. You know the luck I had? Being born in the United Kingdom.
Zia Yusuf was absolutely dynamite on Question Time.
Oh, no, he's a mank. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's a mank. Oh, fucking hell. I better know this guy.
I don't think I've ever seen him this ruthless. His takedown of the lunatic leading the Green Party was utterly savage. He absolutely put him to the
Show
sword.
us then.
His face was priceless. He looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him up.
Show it. Show it.
Yusuf played it nice at first, but this Zack Polanski guy is horrible. He's so...
Yusuf played it nice, but this Zack Polanski guy is horrible.
So short of his own moral righteousness, and he's incredibly intolerant of anyone he disagrees with. No longer are the Greens a nice party full of people who are all about caring for hedgehogs. Those days are long gone.
Bro, what are you? He's Jerry Jackson. Is this guy? Is this guy?
It is open.
Smiling Friends, are you the guy that called?
Yes, I called. It is I, Shrimp. That is my name.
It's him. It's this guy. What the fuck?
Under Polanski, they now represent the militant, aggressive, radical left.
I need to hear the hedgehogs bit again.
No longer are the Greens a nice party full of people who are all about caring for hedgehogs.
No longer are the Greens a nice party full of people who just care about hedgehogs.
Those days are long gone. Under Polanski, they now represent the militant, aggressive, radical left. All the
hell yeah, brother!
Palestine anti-Semitism you see on the streets and in universities. He's the political win of Antifa.
Yes! This is so good!
This all kicked off when they brought up the Green Party's deputy leader's anti-Semitism. Polanski immediately defended him, saying he's Muslim, so he can be excused for saying things in anger after seeing his Muslim family bombed in Gaza. Muffin Ali is a Pakistani Muslim. He hasn't got a single relative in Gaza.
Right, I don't think that you've understood what he said, or you're completely misrepresenting him.
Polanski is basically admitting Ali sees all Muslims as his family. And this is a guy who was banging on about how integrated Muslims are 5 minutes earlier. Muffin Ali is someone who posted a video celebrating the October the 7th massacre on the day it happened.
Yeah, that's base though. That's actually base though. So
Hamas Islamist. The idea a party that stands for LGBT rights as a radical Islamist like him as its deputy leader is utterly insane.
Right, so what do Reform think about LGBT rights, my friend? Like, do you know what you're doing? I don't think you know what you're doing, do you, bro? How has this guy got 88,000 subscribers? Just a grift to the left? To the right, even? Like, who is he? What are his videos like? His fucking profile picture is so bad. She hates being told France is a safe country. What is he on about? A reform government will overturn any Labour deal. You don't get to call me I can't mock woke people. You don't get to tell me I can't mock woke people. Green Party leaders schooled for speaking nonsense. Green Party policies on illegal immigration torn apart. This is so funny. This is so funny. This is so crazy, man. AI bots, do you think?
Yeah.
My new channel, The Alternative View.
Welcome to my new YouTube channel, where I'm going to discuss current issues of the day. Hopefully free from left-wing and right-wing biases.
Well, you've not fucking managed that, have you, bro? You've not managed that because you're clearly biased to the right. What are you talking about?
A lot of things we see online now is all from people who have their own left-wing or right-wing biases and political agendas, and everything they tend to talk about is seen through that biased lens, because obviously they're trying to weaponize it for their own political agendas, which is not.
Bro, you've got like a book here that says Cold War, and it's in like the Soviet font that makes out the Soviets and the USSR to be like the bad guys. He has to be a character. This is so crazy. Yeah, but like he's not even he's not even an enlightened centrist. Like, he's just so clearly right wing. I know that enlightened centrists are right wing, and that's the joke. But like, this guy's not even trying.
We also see, let's face it, humans are a tribal species.
No, what?
So tribal loyalties tend to trump the truth more often than not. So I'm gonna
okay,
try and avoid those where possible and give an
right. Well, you definitely haven't. I've only watched one of your videos, and you definitely haven't. So go on then.
Alternative perspective on issues. So I hope you find the content.
I'm gonna give you my alternative. I'm gonna give you my alternative perspective, which is just the perspective of the right. We need to watch more of this guy's videos. We've found a new guy. We've found a new guy, and he's dead good. This is so good.
People like...
I genuinely didn't think that this guy would be this funny. I really didn't think he would be this funny. I thought that he would be like, like a rabid, horrible, fucking piece of shit far right guy, and he is that, but obviously like he's incredibly funny.
Like that shouldn't be anywhere near British politics. The radical left is siding with radical Islam over their shared hatred of Israel and Western civilization, including Britain. Polanski couldn't even remember the quote. The idea he cares about anti-Semitism like he claims is absolutely laughable. The Green Party is...
Buddy, he's Jewish.
...the most anti-Semitic
Buddy, he's
party
Jewish.
in the UK. And by some distance, we all know their unholy alliance with radical Islam will end sooner or later in disaster. It was at that point he just started insulting Zia and calling him a fascist.
Buddy, can we not like see it? Oh, I really wanted him to just play it.
To the point Zia said, right, I'm not having this. You want to throw insults and get personal? Let's throw insults and get personal. I've never seen him turn like that. Fantastic to watch. And rightly so. I'm sick of watching people debate Zack Polanski and sit there taking insults from him without firing back. He always becomes so aggressive. And no doubt that's why all the hardcore left-wing activists like him.
He's just a fascist. Yeah, Western civilization. He's literally just a fascist.
I won't tell you everything Zia said. You can hear it for yourself at the end. But Zia absolutely destroyed his party's delusional, demented politics and his personal character.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Enjoy.
You're the leader of the party. Zach, can I just say, I'm a Muslim, and you're calling me a fascist. Are you going to extend that courtesy to
you
me?
Absolutely are a fascist. You're from a far-right party. Right. You're Nigel Farage. Let's just be clear about
that. So religion. Now, let's talk. You accuse...
Oh, what's that? What's that? Did you cut off all the applause, alternative view? Did you cut off the applause from the crowd in Bournemouth? Yeah? That's interesting, isn't it? Because that was one of the most interesting and significant things about Zack Polanski's appearance on Question Time, is that when he called Zia Yusuf a fascist, everyone went, fucking thank God! Fucking finally! Someone's fucking said it! Do you know what I mean?
Me earlier, let alone fascist, you called me...
Of course he did, it's because he's 12!
And I think people watching this programme at home, given the Green Party are right now, to be fair, they're surging in the polls, it's important that people know this. When Zack Polanski is making seductive claims to you, it's important that you understand, before he came into politics, he literally made money by charging women on the promise.
Oh, so this is what this guy was saying was his ultimate clapback when Zack Polanski called him a fascist. He used to hypnotize people and say he could grow their boobs.
That he could literally enlarge the size of their breasts by hypnotizing them. That is a true statement. And by the way, if you think...
It's a true statement, and the reason that you know it's true is because I've just said it's true.
That's insane. If you think that's insane, his policies are even more insane. He wants a world without borders. He wants open borders. He wants us to stand down and destroy our nuclear deterrent as Vladimir Putin belligerently
sounds dope
into Ukraine. He wants a communist economic system. He wants to legalize
sounds good.
Drugs.
Brilliant.
Zack Polanski's version of Britain, his version of Britain, it is legal to sell fentanyl, crack cocaine, and heroin, but illegal to rent your flat out. This is the most...
Who does he think he's appealing to? Right. Yes, there are 2 million private landlords in Britain, right? There are 2 million private landlords in Britain, but there are 50 million people who are of voting age. It is still a minority, right? Yeah, all this and an extra cup size too? Sign me up!
Unserious person to enter British
Beanie Gaby.
Okay, listen, so I'm going to let you respond. There's a whole heap of things there. Do you want to start off with the hypnotherapy? Well, because not everyone may be aware of it, but as I understand it, you spoke to a journalist in The Sun who came to you and said, can you make my breast bigger through hypnotherapy? And you said, yes, and gave it a go.
I said no. And they said, would you be willing to do it as an experiment? I said, as long as you make it clear, it's not something I do. It's not something I charge for. It's absolutely
Zack, that's not true. I'm sorry, Zack. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true.
Record on that. That is not
true. And then actually, amazingly,
hang on a minute. When you talk over each other, no one at home can hear.
No, when Zia Yusuf talks over Zack Polanski, people can't hear what he's saying.
I remember you were quoted as saying, actually, loads of people might go for this because it's safer and cheaper than a boob job.
Right, so this was 12 years ago, before I was a politician.
Oh, did it? No, just giving you the chance to respond.
I think it's important to own when you've made a mistake, and I've owned that. It's 12 years on now. I think Tony Benn, one of my favourite politicians, said, I don't care where you've come from, I care where you're going. And what I want to ask Zia, if we're talking about people's past records, Nathan Gill, this is a man who was found guilty.
Am I right? Yeah. Okay.
He cut that out, didn't he? You cut that out, didn't you? About Nathan Gill, mate.
Right, where are we?
Alternative view. Not really giving us an alternative view, are you, mate?
Can I just ask you one very quick question? Do you think that it is helpful and conducive to having open and free discussion of often very contentious issues if you immediately launch into ad hominem attacks on anybody who disagrees with you or dissents from your worldview? Rather than introducing people, shouldn't we actually discuss the very, very important issues at play?
I agree. I don't think this is an ad hominem attack. I think if it's bribery from Russia, that's a pretty serious...
All right, excellent. I think we think... No, do you know what? No, by all means, you comment on that. But let's get to the question. Back to the question.
This guy's just like cutting out all the stuff. Anyway, listen. Let's take a look at some of these comments. Yusuf didn't respond to the Russian backing allegations. Reform, like UKIP, are the drunk wing of the Tory party. Green Party dub. Zack Polanski, aka David Paulden. Yeah, this isn't an own whatsoever. It's like not an own at all. He used a debunked headline to make a personal attack on a politician. That's not savage. That's childish. Zack is speaking the truth about the lack of inequality. No, well, the lack of equality. There's nothing radical about equality. What's radical is the opposite. Don't cut benefits to the unemployed, raise minimum wage, tax the very rich, improve education and public service. I think this person just got confused between equality and inequality. He's intelligent, collected, focused, and most of all, bloody right. I don't know if this guy is going to be going on about Yusuf or whatever. Polanski is as weird as a box of frogs. Yeah, but a box of frogs is mint. What are you on about? Zack got humiliated here. No likes. Why did you cut out the part about Yusuf's former colleague pleading guilty to the charges of taking bribes from Russia? Because the guy that runs this channel is a con man. He's not even responded. Investigate the Reform Russia connection. Polanski is a highly dangerous individual with very hard left views. So good. Oh, God. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, where was the savaging? I just heard Russian compromat on Farage. Oh, it's so good, honestly. Absolutely incredible. Looks like we've imported the Red Scare from the States. I'm voting green. Yeah! Hell yeah. How is refusing to answer a question and deflecting destroying someone? This is so good. This guy's really not... He's not achieved his audience here whatsoever. That's so funny, dude. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I looked at the comments on this the other day and I was like, that's mad. This guy's like not reached his audience. There are some people coming through here, but there's more comments on that now that are actually like much better. Let's keep this guy.
Farage, he joined forces with
Oh, okay. I've actually got the full video here. Here we go.
the Swedish Democrats in the European Parliament. This is a far-right Nazi group. They want to deport people, not based on the colour of his skin, but from the places...
So this was actually the response from Zack Polanski talking about the fact that, yes, Reform is a fascist party.
that they've come from. They also, Nigel Farage, talked about it being the end of democracy because of the way certain ethnic minorities are voting. These aren't robust words, as Annabelle called them earlier, or we've heard on the conversation. This is racism, it's fascism, and we should call it out.
Zia.
Okay, so what we want to do is deport people on the basis of whether they are legally entitled to be in this country. That's nothing to do with race, ethnicity, nor religion. Now let's talk. You accused me of...
But this is crazy, right? Because he says, no, Reform said that they were wanting to change the law to make it so that they could deport people who were born here. Right? And this happened before this fucking question time. Right?
Earlier, let alone fascist, you said that I was peddling disinformation. And I think people watching this program at home, given the Green Party are right now, to be fair, they're surging in the polls, it's important that...
Right, well, he's going to talk about the fucking hypno boobs thing again.
Zach, that's not true. I'm sorry, Zach. I'm sorry. I've got a correct record on that. That is not
And then
true.
actually, amazingly,
hang on a minute. When you talk over each other, no one.
Right, we've already heard this.
Reform did not know who this man was.
This is the Nathan Gill bit that the guy cut out before.
He was found guilty on bribery with the Russian state. Now, Zia said that Nigel Farage and Reform did not know who this man was. But Nigel Farage, including the day after Brexit happened, was pictured with 4 men behind him. One of them being former MEP for Reform, Nathan Gill. The man that Zia says no one knows who he was. So were you lying, or was Nigel Farage lying?
Zach, I'm afraid, if you want to use the word lie, let's be clear about something. You are lying. What I said is I have never met. I took over as chairman in the summer of last year. I will tell you, I have never met Nathan Gill in my life. I have never met.
Farage has met thousands of people. He doesn't know who this man is.
So
is that a lie?
I said he meets tens of thousands, probably,
but
across the
including his
course
own
of a year.
MEP.
Over the course of a year.
And
Zach,
is this believable? This sounds like
at the time that this guy was the Welsh leader, Reform was polling at like 1% in Wales. Listen, here's the fact. Here are the facts of the matter. Reform.
Hang on.
I have never met him before. He is not an important figure
about Nigel
inside
Farage?
Reform.
Because you're filibustering and everyone can hear it.
Nigel was not leader.
You're filibustering and everyone can hear it. Yep, he's right.
Position inside
So
Reform.
was he stood behind Nigel Farage in the picture, or was he not?
Okay, I tell you what. Hang on a minute.
People who
This is
are
about bribery from
Everybody
Russia.
there in the audience.
Nigel
Can I just
Farage, my
say,
friend.
people in
It would
the
be
audience.
hundreds of
Hang on a
thousands of
minute,
people.
I appreciate you both feel really strongly about Nathan Gill, but I can see that people in the audience are going. You know,
Please
I'm
Google
not
the name,
sure this
because
is going to
he's
make
been
an
found on
enormous.
bribery from Russia.
Right.
Pretty serious for our national.
Well, there you go. That was the actual conversation. We've got GB News here. Everyone is absolutely rattled by Zack Polanski. Zia Yusuf confronts insane Greens after shocking Reform UK smear on BBC Question Time. Is this just going to be the Question Time thing? Well, we've already seen the Question Time thing. Let's see what the GB News pundits have to say about it. So there's the bit. Let's have a little look here.
Jibe from the left casting Reform UK as a racist party. At Labour conference, Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy came under fire for false allegations he made about Nigel Farage.
Is Nigel Farage a racist?
I answered your question. I'm not going to play the man. I'm playing the ball as our leader did. I will leave it for the public to come to their own judgments about someone who once flirted with Hitler Youth when he was younger.
Farage called the false comments beneath contempt.
David Lammy obviously uttering this extraordinary phrase about you flirting with Hitler Youth when...
It's just so crazy, man. But like people know, right, how fucked up it is that Nigel Farage is just allowed to be on his own show on a news channel that he like entirely funds and supports, and he could just like defend himself uninterrupted, right? People know that that's true. People know that that's fucking true, you know?
you were younger. I was slightly gobsmacked by that allegation. I think that goes so far towards inciting hate against you. How do you feel about that?
Inciting hate against you, bro. If you're a fascist, you should be hated. Shut up, man.
Personal level.
Well, he withdrew it afterwards. But you know what? It is as a comment, so beneath contempt. It's so beneath contempt, I'm not even going to respond.
So wait, this is about the David Lammy comment.
And the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was condemned for casting Farage's politics as a dark force.
And the question I ask seriously of Nigel Farage and Reform is, do they love our country? Do they want to serve our country, all of it, our beautiful, tolerant, diverse country, every region, nation?
They're spending a lot of time on the Labour Party. When are they going to get to the Zack thing? When are they going to get to the Zack Polanski thing?
City? Or do they just want to stir the pot of division because that's worked in
Oh, God, he's such a fucking wet, honestly, isn't he?
their interests?
This came days after Starmer branded their deportation plans as racist.
Well, I do think that it's a racist policy. I do think it's immoral. It needs to be called out for what it is.
Nigel Farage accused the Prime Minister of a low blow.
The Prime Minister has decided to descend into...
A low blow implies that he's hit you somewhere where it actually really hurts, right?
The gutter and all of his cabinet with him. We should control our borders.
Mods, ban that conference, sir.
Prime Minister and his
conference, mark my words, division.
But to accuse countless millions of being racist is a very, very low blow.
Countless millions. Buddy, there are not millions of people supporting reform. Come on, man.
Why? Well, this language will incite and encourage the radical left. I'm thinking of Antifa and other organisations.
I'm thinking of Antifa.
Was a decent man. Somebody that I could talk to and chat to. We might disagree on worldview, but I thought he was a profoundly decent human being. I am completely shocked at his behaviour. I hope when he wakes up tomorrow morning, he feels ashamed of what he has done.
This is so embarrassing.
This is a desperate last throw of the dice from a Prime Minister who's in deep trouble.
Despite a backlash against Labour's aspersions, the left appears to be set on a narrative whereby strong immigration policies are a sign of totalitarianism rather than law enforcement.
Yes, I mean, that is just a response to you lot fucking, you know, pushing the Overton window to the right.
So Zack Polanski, there on Question Time with Zia Yusuf of Reform sitting just a few people away from him, essentially accusing Reform of being, or Nigel Farage of being aligned with the far-right Nazi group. Ties into the Guardian's front page in a way, because Nigel Farage is on there as well. Nigel Farage has predicted teachers will go on strike within weeks of a Reform UK government, and he's accused them of poisoning our kids by telling them that black children are victims.
What the fuck? What are you reading? What are you saying?
Nigel Farage of being aligned with the far-right Nazi group. Ties into the Guardian's front page in a way, because Nigel Farage is on there as well. Nigel Farage has predicted teachers will go on strike within weeks of a Reform UK government, and he's accused them of poisoning our kids by telling them...
Nigel Farage has predicted that teachers will go on strike within a week of a Reform UK government. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What is he talking about? Who is this 12-year-old? Patrick Christie. He is, he is literally 12. Like, what is happening here?
That black children are victims and white children are oppressors. The Reform UK leader set out his view on British schools at an event in the US, claiming that the Marxist left was now in control of our education system. Who wants to pick up on this first then? Simon, do you want to give this a go?
Funny enough, I watched that clip online earlier, the Question Time one, and at some length, and Zia Yusuf got his own back by bringing up the hypnotising women to get larger breasts story.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it sort of descended into a certain amount of sort of schoolyard banter. But, I mean, it is partly... There is a taint because...
So even he said it ended up being schoolyard banter. He's like, he got his own back, but it was a bit of schoolyard banter. What are you talking about?
That group that he mentions, the Swedish Party, are very hard right. They're considerably further to the right than Reform.
No.
And so I'm not surprised he raises it. But of course there are, diplomatic protocols that are at play when
we've just been discussing.
Yeah, but when you're within the European Union and there are all these different groups and so on, and obviously the sort of populist right is an emerging phenomenon in Europe at the moment. So
here is what they're trying to do. They're trying to push it further to the right. They're trying to push the window further to the right, being like, he's not a Nazi and he's not a fascist, but he did meet with the fascist group, and it does just kind of happen because everyone wants to be a fascist nowadays.
You call the far right, is forming the largest party in a number of larger nations now. So
no, wrong.
That very term is becoming problematic. I don't think they're Nazis by any means, but they are.
They are, though.
Stern about remigration, which is a word you're going to start hearing more of,
yes,
I think.
True.
So anyway, that's, it is a ridiculous taint. But Zack Polanski, I mean, he's an extraordinary and frankly, rather baffling phenomenon, isn't he? I find him deeply repellent, I have to say, on a sort of almost personal level, which perhaps is a bit unfair. But as Yusuf explained on Question Time, the Green Party policies are absolutely absurd. I mean, they are every bit as biscuit barrel as they ever were, arguably more so.
Well, could you sound like a couple of them?
Like what? Yeah, here's a couple of them. Like what?
Well, you know, they completely open borders, complete decriminalisation of all drugs. I mean,
including crack and heroin.
Exactly, everything you can ever remember from the wildest west of the Lib Dems in the 80s. You know, they've dragged back up.
The wildest west of the Lib Dems in the 80s.
And
like, who are you talking to, bro? Like, what part of the population are you trying to appeal to? Like, who remembers? Like, there are people who were born in the 70s who won't know what the fuck you're talking about.
They see themselves somehow, I think, as a sort of paramilitary wing of the resistance against reform. I don't think they can conceivably, you know, expect to win any seats at the next...
Oh, this is fucking so funny, dude. This is so good. He's like, yeah, they're a paramilitary group against reform. Like, everyone would look at the Green Party and just be like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean, mate? Paramilitary? He's saying that like the IRA? What are you on about?
Well, not especially now that Trump has secured the Gaza piece, because that was the basis on which all the Green parliamentary seats were secured at the last...
There is also...
No, what are you talking about? At the last election, the reason that people voted for the Greens because they were like, these are a much better party than the fucking Labour Party. What are you on about?
An unholy alliance, if you'll excuse the pun, between the Green Party and, basically the kind of Muslim vote, right?
This is what they're trying so much. They're like, oh my God, the evil Green and Muslim vote. The evil Green and Muslim vote. Wow, that's crazy, man. Isn't it crazy that the left-wingers support one of the most demonized sections of our society? That's crazy that happens.
And there's a slightly more hardline pro-Gaza aspect to that. And just on that, by the way, I wasn't...
Pro-Gaza. They love to say pro-Gaza nowadays.
I can see we've got a clip...
Pro-Gaza. Like, what's wrong with Gaza? What's wrong with Gaza? Like, they're saying things out loud without realizing it. That's how rattled they are, right? Do you know what I mean?
Loaded up. Is there any chance we can play this clip for you? Which is, so this is the Muslim Forum, and in case you're not aware of what it is, fair enough, we'll tell you in a second. But just on this, the Green Party's kind of links with, you know, you see people like Mothin Ali and people like that who are part of it. This was...
Yeah, just mention the Muslim guy.
As the guy who's now being described as Brother Hamza in the Muslim Forum earlier. So look at this.
We either try and do something different to try and self-organize Muslims.
There's a longer clip of that we'll get for you.
What? What? Bro, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What you got like this clip, right? This fucking Twitter user, yeah? This Twitter user is a fucking psycho-fascist. This Twitter user is a psycho-fascist. So what they've got here is, this is Humza Yousaf, right? This is like the leader of the Scottish Greens, or he's like the ex-leader of the Scottish Greens. And Patrick Christie is like, we got this clip of Humza Yousaf with a guy, and he just says a thing. Wait for it.
In the Muslim Forum earlier. So look at this.
We either try and do something different to try and self-organize Muslims.
What is that supposed to show? What is that supposed to be?
There's a longer clip of that we'll get for you, but I just thought it ties in, actually, because the Green Party are trying to get into bed with the kind of quotes-unquote Muslim vote, and then they're going out there calling people like Nigel Farage and, a far-right...
It's got nothing to do with anything!
Yes, it's very strange, this marriage between the woke left and the Islamists, and I think the Islamists plan to be married to them until they've served their purpose, and then get rid of them. I mean, we've had some really wacky policies coming out of the Green Party
Useful idiots,
conference.
you might call them.
So I believe they want to essentially ban TERFs, right? But I'm pretty sure, although we may have had a...
Right, well, that's not one of their policies. Banning TERFs, what, from society? Right, if it was one of their policies, I would agree with it. Right? Secondly, what you're talking about is a member policy for the conference, yeah? And the reason that they ban TERFs is because they're hateful people.
Some idiot on the streets of New York talking to Ben Leo saying that Mohammed was a trans woman. I think in Gaza, most of the Islamists who are supporting the Green Party for that reason as deputy leader probably aren't really the biggest fan of transgender people. So it is very, very strange. And at what point?
They've got nothing. They got nothing. They're like, oh yeah, the people in Gaza, the Green Party don't like transgender people. Well, guess what? If they don't deserve to get bombed, and we've been over this. We've been saying this for many times, but that was like just a complete nonsense fucking sentence put together by this person there. That's so bizarre.
The environment mean that suddenly...
Does she think there are people in Gaza supporting the British Green Party? Yeah, right. It's just so insane.
Support Marxism and Islamism. It's crazy. They're also saying that they said at their conference that they want to basically just get rid of private landlords. They want to make as much housing as possible, just all social housing. I mean, this is...
Yeah, that sounds really good. Like, who do you think you are appealing to with this shit other than like the landlords of the country? The petty bourgeois reactionary right that makes up a minority of the fucking country. She's firing the slop cannon. That's exactly what it is. It's the slop cannon. You're right.
Cover stories for the disruption of Western civilization, but the Green Party.
Western civilization.
They're just communists, they are watermelons, and Islam just wants to destroy the West and establish a caliphate all around the world, and is not shy of expressing that.
Yeah, and it's the most base thing you've ever seen.
They did it in Iran, right? The left and the Islamists.
Why does GB News do this all the time? It's so funny. They didn't even let him get to the end of what he said.
And Islam just wants to destroy the West and establish a caliphate all around the world, and is not shy of expressing that ambition. So that's why, but it's not without precedent. They did it in Iran, right? The left and the Islamists.
Oh, fuck me. Right, well, there is some reactionary right-wing stuff about the Zack Polanski and the Greens. We'll have a look at some more stuff like that. I'm sure some stuff will happen over the weekend. I am certain that some stuff will happen over the weekend regarding the Greens. I'm certain of it. I'm sure there'll be some kind of weird television appearance that'll upset all the right-wingers, and they'll say more crazy stuff.
Use that time to turn it in.
Chat, it is the end of the stream, but it is not the end of the streamer week. Now, there's one thing that I do need to apologize for, and that is I forgot to say at the start of the stream that I'm changing movie night. Movie night is not tonight, and why is that? It's because I've been getting up early like a good boy, and I don't want to stop doing that, right? Because my whole new schedule is me wake up at about 8 or 9 a.m., go to the gym, meditate, then start work and do the stream, yeah? And go to bed early at about 11 p.m. So that's what I'm doing. So movie night is actually going to be on Halloween. It's going to be on Halloween. It's going to start at 5 p.m. We're watching The Exorcist and then The Exorcist 3, a direct sequel. We're doing it in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. Make sure you follow the rules when you get in there. Otherwise, you will be kicked after a week if you don't. But you can always try again. So, movie night is going to be next week. The bonus stream for this month is going to be tomorrow. So I will be spinning some tunes tomorrow at about 6 p.m. UK time for about 2 hours. Going to be playing some drum and bass, some jungle, some dubstep for a DJ stream. So that'll be fun. If you're in on your own on a Friday night, or if you're just going to be just before going out, or if you're somewhere else in the world and you just want to be hanging out in the daytime listening to some good tunes or here on the stream, you can check that out tomorrow. I will be back here 6 p.m. UK time for a couple of hours playing some drum and bass and stuff like that. So be really, really fun time for everyone. It'll be a really, really fun time for everyone. In the meantime, though, chat, we're gonna go raid Ray K. He is streaming. What about Exorcist 2? Exorcist 2 is a bit of a joke. Exorcist 1 and Exorcist 2 are basically it's a direct sequel. Exorcist 3 to The Exorcist 1. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you, Sterling. We're going to go raid Ray K. He is currently doing the news. I think that he is... what is he doing? He's doing the Trump interview with Time Magazine, BB trying to undermine Trump. So more stuff that we've been covering, like what we were covering earlier in the stream today. Don't forget, I've got a new Patreon post out. So go and check that out. I've got a YouTube channel. I've got socials. You can check out all that stuff in the meantime while I'm not live. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for just hanging out. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank you for lurking. I will see you all tomorrow for the DJ stream. And then after that, Red Planet on Sunday. Don't forget Red Planet on Sunday. Yes, that's all the things that I need to say. I'll see you then. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Mwah.